Gibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
It's time. It is that time. Time for Stiles and Watkins.
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140. Find us on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140.
It's time for Alan Stiles and Chris Watkins.
Yes. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. The Kings do it again. Just when you think, man, I'm done. We'll see what they can do. They had their worst game of the season. They reel you back in every single time. And they do last night in a double overtime victory, 138-135 against the Orlando Magic. That's all I got. Chris, that's all I got to start. I'm throwing to you right now. Yeah. That's all I got to start this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad that we're not still at the arena. There was a chance, there was a real moment yesterday. Yeah, I was ready. I was like, okay, I guess we're just not leaving tonight.
Hunker down.
It was definitely a long night, but at least they got the win, and it was a great game. I mean, the Orlando Magic shot the lights out, and the fact that the Kings were able to kind of withstand that and then have a off night from De'Aaron Fox and still get the result. I mean, I'm excited to be sitting here. We got tons of things to talk about today. We could almost use a fifth hour.
Yeah,
we're not going to, but we could,
and we have all that sound for you, from Malik Monk to Coach Mike Brown, everybody, the sights and sounds from last night. Nate, and it was an official game because Nate Littlefield was in the building last night doing some content things for the station. And Nate is behind the glass with us tonight doing his thing. Nate,
happy to be here, guys.
There you go. Dude. There you go. I mean, where to start, Chris? Well, first of all, I thought they were up 20. You told me they actually were never up 20. It was 16.
Yeah.
And I think 16 is right in that range of, you can't call that a collapse in this day and age of the NBA, especially when you got a team shooting at that point in time over 60%. They ended at 56.8% or something like that from three. The whole game they were above 60, near 70%, and just a bizarre night in terms of what the Orlando Magic typically do.
Yeah.
In the pregame press conference, what Coach Mike Brown said that they wanted to have the Orlando Magic do, and then they do it. But Orlando Magic decide to turn into a team of Peja Stojakovic, Klay Thompson in his prime, Steph Curry, Ray Allen, and Reggie Miller. I mean, nobody could miss on that team.
Yeah.
Jalen Suggs, I know we're going to talk plenty about Paolo Banchero, but Jalen Suggs and what he is doing. We had on Wendell Epps yesterday, who does a lot of work with the Orlando Magic, the play-by-play for the Orlando Magic G League. That team is on the way. Right. Yeah. I don't think they normally shoot like that.
No.
But whenever you can have young guys to buy into defense, you got action. And, oh, by the way, not to rain on anybody's parade, because I would never do that. Finally, we have no rain today, so I'm very happy about that. No Franz Wagner. No Franz for what? The last three quarters?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think he played maybe 5 minutes of that first quarter before going down, and he played 5 minutes, 15 seconds before he went down. Pretty unfortunate. I mean, I really was excited to see that Paolo-Franz combo. Yeah, we had Wendell on yesterday. He was talking a lot about how just those two really are the engine for this team. And, it's definitely to the Kings' benefit. You hate to see Franz go down. I haven't seen an update. It looked like he twisted his ankle pretty bad, trying to actually guard Keegan Murray.
We got plenty to say on Keegan, because it wasn't Threegan Murray last night.
No, it wasn't.
He was in the paint. It was bully ball for Keegan Murray. So we will get into all that. Also got the list of 49ers Pro Bowlers and who got snubbed. Yeah, one of the wide receivers. We'll tell you who. And a new coach for the Raiders on the way as well. Will it be Antonio Pierce, or will they make another decision to go in a different direction after an interim coach has success? So a stacked show today. but it's going to be all Kings, and it's going to be all Malik. We're calling what do we say, Chris? The 11 o'clock hour is the Malik Monk hour. We have all the sound from Malik Monk, and really just if you want some chills, and if you got to go to the gym later, or you feel like running, you got to run through a brick wall, you're going to want to hear this sound, because this is the type of energy that we're talking about when we have a dog segment. Malik Monk embodies everything about that dog segment. We're also going to discuss the starting lineup. Should Malik be a part of it? Has the time come, or does it not matter because he plays so much anyway, right? So we'll get into all that, just getting back to the high level of the game. What stood out to you the most, if you could take away Malik Monk?
Yeah, I mean, and just from the King side of things, especially because, again, the Orlando Magic shooting to me is just the I cannot over highlight how ridiculous the Magic shot last night, and how, again, I think that really fell into the Kings game plan. You said it there earlier. The Kings perfectly, I mean, if you're going to set up a game plan against this Orlando Magic team, it's make them a jump shooting team and don't let them attack the paint. The fact that the Magic, again, they usually are averaging 10 threes a game. Their season high before last night was 17 made threes. They hit 25 of them. The Kings hold the Magic to 24 points in the paint. They shot 12 of 34 in the paint, which is a terrible, terrible average for some of the easiest shots in the game. I think that it's my big takeaway is the Kings got, I mean, it's a great win because the Kings really, and I said this during the pre-show, they should have lost. Like, again, if a team hits 25 threes, which is the Magic franchise record, if they hit 60% of their threes, 60% plus of their threes, it's just, you're not supposed to win those games. So it's the fact that the Kings were resilient enough. And for me, the big takeaway is definitely winning without De'Aaron Fox, having him shoot 6 of 22 in that game, incredibly inefficient. They got some points from him in that second overtime when they needed it. But for Malik to step up on a given night, Kings are going to need that. Now, of course, you hope that it's just a night here or there that you have to fill in for De'Aaron. But I think the fact that the Kings know, at least, especially we were talking yesterday about the crunch time and is De'Aaron maybe doing too much in crunch time? To me, the fact that yesterday in that fourth quarter and for the most important shots of those games, they pretty much all went to Malik Monk. I think that's huge for this team to get a second guy in those moments to kind of be able to feel good about.
Isn't it funny how that happens? We literally sit here and talk about, is it too much De'Aaron Fox in the fourth? And it's almost as if we are the flagship. It's almost as if somebody's listening.
We're on in the bathrooms.
We are on in the bathrooms. Whether you're practicing, whether the game is going on, we are in Golden One Center. You can see our pictures in there as well, because we have this conversation. And then the next fourth quarter, similar situation, it's all Malik Monk, right? De'Aaron, he took a couple shots. It almost felt like he had to because they were open. He wasn't able to hit. And then he did hit in the second overtime. He started to heat up a little bit. So I think that it was just a great display of the Kings' versatility, their ability to just bounce back from something otherworldly from the Magic. We have numbers on just how otherworldly that shooting performance was and how often teams shoot like that and lose. And here's a hint. It's not very often. 916-339-1140 on the Folsom Lake Honda hotline if you want to be a part of the conversation, talking about who had the standout game besides Malik Monk from Scooter 916. And Scooter, our P1 one of our P1s on the Sack Chat, shout out to Sack Chat, saw Scooter was in the building last night. Scooter said Harrison Barnes, HB, and Harrison Barnes, 17 points? 17. Okay, he made a lot of times with Harrison Barnes, it feels like a lot of the shots are made early in the season, early in the game, right? Last night, Harrison didn't go away. He was a part of the game, it felt, and in the post game,
he hit that 1-footer.
He hit that one footer. That was huge.
Come on.
That was huge. That bank shot, that was incredible. The bailout, because you're thinking, the one thing about overtime is they go quick.
Yes, very quick.
They go quick. You blink it. They say 2 minutes left.
It's like 8 points. If you score 8 points, like you did well in an overtime session.
Yes. If you get down 2 possessions under 3 minutes, it's dicey. It's dicey. So for HB to come through with everybody always on his helmet about what he's not doing, and Coach Mike Brown, he had praise. He sat down in the post-game presser at 10:30, whenever it was. And he went through the whole lineup of what everybody did to be able to get this W, and he was happy with everybody. Obviously, he started with Malik Monk, and I know you had it popping on the post-game with everybody that was excited about that. So not only did he give praise to Malik Monk, and like I said, we have plenty of Malik Monk sound. He talked about, we haven't even mentioned ho-hum Mr. Triple-Double.
Yeah.
We have a
Something
stat.
light.
We have a stat for Sabonis that we will get into a little bit later.
Yeah.
The only other person that's done it is legitimately an NBA legend.
Yes.
That is not an exaggeration.
Yeah. No, I have a rule when it comes to stats like what we're going to talk about, and if you're in this air of this like that means that what you did was special.
On top of what he's been doing,
a universal blanket fact. Right, if you're in the conversation with this guy, that means that you're doing things. On
top of what he's been doing, this isn't a one-off, right? It's not. Wasn't a random.
It's almost like 3 games in a row of doing this.
Exactly. So we got that for you. It's just a great night. I was so excited. Oh, by the way, shout out Dave, who's probably listening on his way to England. Okay, on his way already. I think he just went straight to the airport. Crumble Cookies makes an appearance. You had everything. Yeah. You had Paolo, who they'll seem like the last 2 free throws that Paolo missed. Yeah. After that, he went dead red. He would not miss a free throw. But he got everybody Crumble Cookies. Okay. Then on top of the Crumble Cookies, they came down from the arena. So there's cookies everywhere. What more could you want out of a basketball game?
Frankie's family got to see the win
and the bean
after he told them
cookies.
to sell tickets for last night. Could you? Oh my gosh! I would have given Frankie crap the rest of his life if he told his family, "Don't come to the Orlando Magic game. Sell those tickets. Only come to the Hornets game." Thankfully, they were able to go to both.
It would have been the smart decision.
It was,
but that's why they don't play the game on paper, Frankie.
Exactly.
That's why. All right, got to get to a break. We will talk about whether or not this is the game of the year. Matt, we see you on the line. We will get to you right when we come back from this break. 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. I mean, there's just not a lot of words that I can say that will fully describe the feelings that I went through watching that game. You had the charge call that probably shouldn't have been a charge call. You had missed free throws. You had Malik turnovers on 2 fast breaks, and Chris is next to me. Chris is next to me, losing my mind. Malik, it's a 4-on-2. Slow down, and he's not slowing down. But that's what we love about him. You have the missed out of bounds call. You have so many different things.
Yeah.
I went through so many feelings of this one's over. When I think when Jalen Suggs made one of the threes, I thought, all right, maybe it just is what it is. And the Kings just never said die. They did not give up. Honestly, I don't know how this game ends if the Kings do beat the Hornets last night, to be completely honest.
Right.
I think they needed a little bit of extra juice to power through and to feel like, hey, we really need to get this one done. But
I like that spin. That's a good spin right there.
I mean,
it's actually a good thing that the Kings lost. I'm not saying that's what yours, but I like that as a.
I don't know if they were going to get 2. I don't know if they were going to get 2 because of how the Magic shot.
Right.
And like I said, we have the numbers. Typically, teams lose when the other team hits 25 threes and they average 10 made threes because that's not what you are game planning for. Let's get out to Matt, who wants to be a part of the conversation. First caller of the day. I'm sure there will be a lot because everybody is excited after this Kings win. What's up, Matt? You're on Stiles and Watkins. What you got for us?
Hey, you guys catch me okay?
Yeah, we got you.
Great.
Oh, sweet. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I was lucky enough to be at that game. That was fantastic, but there was a couple things I wanted to comment on. First of all, I thought the game should have ended at the first overtime, but it made it more exciting. But I don't know what to say. I love Kevin Huerter, but that one play where he had the fast break and just kind of dunk, that was something to see live, that's for sure. But Malik, I heard you guys mention he has that dog in him, and he really showed up and took the win for the Kings, and it was much needed. So, just wanted to call in and give my 1-2.
Absolutely.
No, good stuff, Matt. Good stuff. Yeah, that Kevin Huerter, and we will talk about it even more. I want to get through all of the positives
before
here.
We get to that.
But to respond to what Matt said, both of those, there were 2 plays that were pretty bad, and honestly felt like, to me, it was Kevin Huerter trying to make a stamp on the game, right? The first one was that 3 in transition where Malik, who was 6 of 8, I think at the time, Malik is on the wing saying, brother, let me help you. Let me help the team. And Huerter took a transition 3, bricked it as per usual right now. And Malik, Malik does not play around.
He sure does.
When they were jogging back,
shots, especially.
When they were jogging back, he was chirping at Kevin Huerter. And you know what? Good. He's saying, Kevin, what the heck are you doing, man? I'm right here. You see me on the wing. I know you're trying to get your playing time right, but now is not the time. I think, to me, Kevin, you just made yourself look worse. Okay? I think Mike Brown sees that and says, all right, Kevin, how are you processing things right now? Is it about you trying to just power back? Or are you still playing within the flow of the game? I think that was a bad look. And good Lord, what were you trying to do on that dunk? Who do you think you are, Vince Carter? I mean, no, obviously he got blocked. What are you doing? And Malik had the trail.
Yeah, I think the trail is the thing I had the issue with. I think the first play that you mentioned is spot on. Like that's a play where Kevin's just trying to create his own. He's trying to get his own juices going, and it's like it's just not the right time for it. I mean,
read the room.
I get it exactly. It's a read the room moment where Malik, like you said, is hot as ever in that moment, and it's like just feed the hot hand, especially when Kevin was 0 of 5 last night, 0 of 4 from 3. He didn't have anything going for him. It was not the right time to try and get himself going, and that's going to be part of the process. I didn't have that big of an issue with the fast break. I think that's a little bit more understandable of a moment where it's like, if Kevin can because if he does throw that dunk down, then that's one of the plays of the night.
But does he have that in his bag?
I mean, he could have. Like, he definitely could have. Like, I don't think that it was so crazy for Kevin Huerter, who's 6'7" and isn't a terrible athlete. Like, I think there's people are projecting a little bit on that one. I just think it was a good defensive play. Like, I mean, in hindsight being 2020, absolutely. Malik's trailing him. Again, give Malik the ball, let him create the energy. But I don't blame Kevin when you're struggling really bad in that moment. I thought the three was bad again, but I thought the transition dunk was about as justifiable as you can get. It's just really fitting that he got sent.
Yeah, right. It's just a tough
because he
go.
really tried. He was gonna do two hands, and then he saw the defender and tried to put it over to his right hand.
Yeah,
and still got slapped.
Right. That game literally had everything.
It did.
It had anything
everything
that you are into.
Yeah.
If you're into threes, got that. If you're into dunks, got that.
Yeah.
If you're into defensive prowess to some level, got that. If you're into rebounding, got that. Keegan, that rebound, was that in the second overtime?
Ooh,
when he went go gadget?
Okay.
Go gadget arms.
Oh
I'm thinking
my
he went, what was it? Scorpion, get over here to the ball. He just grabbed the ball. I mean, Keegan, that was the most, I guess, again, and that's another guy. I'm not saying they listen to the show, but that's another guy.
Yeah.
We're on the round table. The 916 yesterday wants to ship Keegan off for Laurie Marketing.
Wow.
When this guy just said, oh, you think I'm just a spot-up shooter?
Yeah.
I got something for you. And Keegan Murray shows, again, flashes. We got to remember, this guy is 23 years old.
Yep.
He is just getting started. You cannot be upset with that dude in Indiana and what's going on and also want to ship off Keegan Murray. It just logistically, logically makes no sense, okay? You got to see what you have with this kid because every game he's showing you something different. There are going to be some duds like against the Hornets, but last time I checked, Keegan's not the only one with duds. That whole team was a dud besides De'Aaron and Sabonis, and now you have the next night where De'Aaron has the off night. And we're worried, oh my goodness, how are they going to figure this out? How are the Kings? And again, they show that, and I'm not trying to get too excited here. We're going to talk about 12 o'clock, did the Kings turn the corner? Okay, because I'm not trying to get, because you know what happens? I heard Kyle Draper, I'm not doing this, Whitey, when the Kings win, we're going to the championship. When the Kings lose, we're not making the playoffs. We're not doing that. But it's hard to not react and to see growth, and we do have to call out that growth the same way we call out when the growth feels a bit stymied or they're hitting a ceiling. That's all I'm saying.
No, for sure. I mean, 100%. It felt like, we'll talk about it at 12, but I think that yesterday was, it's definitely a positive step. And I think it makes me think of what Brendan talked about yesterday when we talk about this season being a success or a failure. I think yesterday was one of those games where you see how this season, again, could be, there's elements of this season that no matter what happens, there's things that are moving in the right direction. And I think that's a major positive to take from last night on top of the victory is just, Keegan Murray, 11 of 15 on 2-point attempts. Domantas Sabonis in his ridiculous game last night. And again, Malik Monk having the game he had off the bench with De'Aaron having his struggles. I think yesterday is just a I don't know. I won't say it's a statement win, but I think it's a character win. I think that's the kind of game that Mike Brown's going to point to and say, if we play a version of this basketball every night, it's going to be really tough to beat us because that's an incredibly resilient win. Again, when Orlando does what they did last night, shooting the ball, and you don't give up, you don't put your head down, and you just continue to trust the process, and they continue to hit threes, but you continue to fight and get the result. That's huge. That's that's atypical. That is not something that happens for every team. And again, you could add it to the list of frustrations of, wow, what a great win with, oh my gosh, there's been so many terrible losses.
Right. It's just weathering the storm. Yeah. It is just a boxer in the ring, taking the head body, and just waiting it out and sticking to the plan. Yeah. That was trust. That was a microcosm of trusting the process. Yeah. The process was, we're going to let them shoot threes because they don't really shoot threes like that. We don't want them to bang us in the paint. We don't want them to get those offensive rebounds. We're just going to stick to the plan, and they didn't get frustrated. Yeah. There were a couple of times when you thought, all right, well, they do keep hitting them, so do you want to adjust the plan? And that's what Coach Mike Brown said last night. Well, that's when we started blitzing the players, and we don't typically blitz somebody as big as Paolo, but the guy is, unicorn isn't the right term.
We might need to have a Paolo Banchero discussion. Because after that, I think that fool could be like MVP level player.
It's weird because he came in with a bunch of hype. Mm-hmm. The team has played better this season, and I feel like I don't hear about him as much as some of these other players. So
especially being the rookie of the year last year. It's like
he's something else, man. He's something else. All right, got to get to a break. And the Magic 3 shooting was something else. We have that crazy stat and how the Kings almost got canged. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Has Monty put together a roster that can help make a deep playoff run this season?
Just trying to give coach options, give him guys that can help us win in a variety of areas. Obviously, our top guys are going to play every game, but there's going to be other times, whether it's injuries, matchups, we've got to have some variety on the bench for coach to point to and say, go in there and help us win.
Tune into every Kings game this season
on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is back. 2 big old nights, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Blanco Hayes, and more. 2-day GA tickets are on sale now starting at $85 or upgrade your experience with VIP or pit passes. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Bonnie Plumbing, Electric Heating and Air.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
Guys, want to lose weight, improve your performance, and increase your drive? Revive Men's Health Sacramento can help you address the root causes of weight gain, low energy, poor drive, and performance issues. And since your testosterone level has a direct impact on your weight and fitness, we'll give you a free T-check and free exam at Revive Sacramento. Imagine upping your game, losing weight, and getting in shape all at once. Revive can help you make it happen with our new cutting-edge weight loss medications like your favorite athletes and celebrities use. They're affordable and available now. Weight gain and low T are treatable conditions. We know we can help you. Take that first step and book today. You're only one step away from getting in the best shape of your life. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Breaking down game of the year. Depends on who you ask. The Kings have had some bad ones. The Kings have had some good ones. This was a great one as they outlast the Magic in double overtime, 138 to 135, a triple-double from Domas Sabonis.
Ooh.
Crazy game. Malik
Nuts.
Monk just took over the game. And you had Keegan Murray doing his thing as well. Paolo Banchero with 43, Jalen Suggs with 24. You had Domantas Sabonis with 22 points, 23 rebounds, and 12 assists. He had 9 assists. What was that in the second quarter alone?
Just in the second quarter. No
in the
turnovers.
second quarter alone, no turnover. Well, no turnovers
In that second quarter.
In that second quarter. So the
Very
turnover issue,
important
no
distinction.
popcorn was eaten before the game last night. Malik Monk, we have the sound from Malik Monk about nearly getting a double-double. He had 37 points, 9 assists, and 3 rebounds. Some of those passes from Malik Monk where he just, and this is what, well, the underhand, he still loves the underhand
He does,
pass,
yeah.
right?
He's not going to ever lose
But
that.
when they do the pick and roll and he goes underhand,
Yeah.
almost like he's bowling it, shout out
It's a skip
bowling.
pass, yeah.
And I'm surprised every time that ball gets through.
Yeah.
I really am.
It's tight windows,
crevices.
Yeah,
that you're
and there's
just
like
sneaking
six
them through.
legs that he's got to get it through.
Right. It's not about necessarily somebody picking it off.
No,
but just nobody's kicking it or it's not hitting an ankle.
Yeah.
He has really perfected that, and they had it all going last night. And we're seeing from the text line and also in the Sac chat about whether or not the coaches stick to the game plan too much, right? And should they have maybe altered things, which they did. Don't forget on the Sac chat and to the texters out there, they did. That's why they started getting the ball out of Paolo's hands. Now, they didn't blitz him at the end. I think maybe there just wasn't enough time, and at that point,
you don't want to give up open looks.
You couldn't give up an open look, especially when you just couldn't do it. So this is from Sean Cunningham. This is a crazy stat.
Nuts.
For the 43rd time in NBA history, a team, the Orlando Magic, had 25 made threes in a game, but it is only the third time it resulted in a loss.
Oh.
Gets even weirder. The Sacramento Kings defeated 2 of those 3 teams last night and last season against the Clippers.
And that classic, also a double overtime.
Double overtime game. Wow. So, yeah, these guys, the Magic, that's not what they do. Yeah. That's not their MO. They average 10 made threes. Their highest amount of made threes was 17, and they made 25. And some of them were open looks.
What was even through regulation? Through regulation, they had 22. So
some of them were open looks, but some of them weren't.
No.
Some of them were tough shots, and we know Jalen Suggs, Gonzaga. He's not new to this. He's true to this. But at the same time, you had to think, and Chris is sitting next to me, just saying they got to cool off. They had to. They got to cool off, and they kind of did, right? They didn't really cool off, and it's just not typically what they do, but it is exactly what they did last night. I'm looking here at Paolo Banchero, his 3-point percentage. So his 3-point percentage, 37.9. I don't know if that is already including this is on ESPN.com. If it's already including,
might have.
What happened last night? Because it went up,
right?
Whatever it was,
1,000% it went up. He's probably. If that's the new, you said 37.9.
37.9.
So he's probably at last night he shot 66%. So yeah, he was probably
66.
Yeah, he shot 6 of 9 from 3 last night. Yeah. So he probably should have been around 30. He's probably at 35%, which is below league average, but it's
just bumped it up.
It's okay, but yeah, it's not somebody who, especially considering Franz Wagner wasn't playing. It's not like Franz. He did get a good open look here and there, but it's not like he was getting. He was, they were focused so much on Franz that they left Paolo. Paolo was just knocking down threes. And that's why, again, I'm going to say, I think Sean's stat there about the Kings having 2 of those wins, I'm hoping that seeps in a little. I'm hoping that becomes something that they can kind of channel at times and say, we've been through and came on the other side of some pretty crazy things. We really shouldn't be concerned. We should be able to weather any storm that comes our way, because we've seen about as crazy as of shooting performances as you can see from teams and still got the result. So I'm hoping that kind of, again, this can become a little bit of a character game for the Kings. And you can say, look, if this team can survive this, man, there isn't a lot that we can't come back from. And that's just a hope, I guess. But yeah, I definitely think that it's not nothing that this same group of guys has had that kind of performance or been able to overcome that kind of performance in just, I guess it's not one calendar year, but in a 12-month span.
They typically, here's the thing about the Kings, this group of Kings, it feels like they don't fold in game very often. The Charlotte Hornets game, maybe, but they'll fold before the game starts.
Yeah, we've said this where it's like they let you know early.
Right. They'll fold before the game starts or as they step onto the court.
Yeah.
But if they're here to bring it, most of the time you're going to get a good game, and a lot of times you're going to get a W. That's why even though we sit here and complain about them not showing up, they still are 5th in the West, and they still have
20 wins.
20 wins, a really good record. So what did Jalen Suggs shoot from 3 last night?
He shot 6 of 12, so he was 50%. He also, I believe, took the last 3 of the game. So you can kind of Wow, he actually took 3 threes just in that final frame. At the end of regulation, he was 4 of 8, and then he finished 6 of 12. So
Jalen Suggs is a 36.8% three-point shooter, and that was probably before last night. As a team, they shoot 34% from
that's
3.
Got to be one of the worst percentages in the NBA.
It's got to be. They have 2 40% three-point shooters. One is Wendell Carter Jr., who did shoot well last night. The other is Joe Ingles, who Katie roasted, calling him, he looks like a pizza delivery guy because he did when they had that weird scuffle with the flagrant foul and Malik and Joe Ingles pops up. He's their other 40% three-point shooter, and he didn't even play.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. The Magic are 28th in the NBA, and this is probably actually updated from last night, so I would guess they were probably 29th yesterday, 34.4%. Only the Spurs and the Grizzlies shoot worse from 3.
Find a way.
It's nuts. I mean, that's exactly what they did. I mean, they just found a way. Also, the Magic don't even take threes like that. They usually only average 30 threes a game. It was just a super uncharacteristic night for them. But I mean, it's great on the Kings. And I mean, if we're looking at the Kings numbers, the number that I still is just looking at me right in the face is that free throw number for the Kings.
Man,
why can't we just have good things?
Are we doing this now?
We don't have to. I know we wanted to stay positive, but as I was looking at the numbers, I was just like, man, that's I think Nate actually said it when he left my post game last night. We wouldn't have had to be there that late if the Kings just made their free throws.
It's true.
They missed 10. They missed 10 of their 31 free throws left. 67%. Somehow shot worse. They lowered their free throw percentage after last night.
That's incredible.
Sitting at a solid 73%. The Raptors, who are in 29th, are 73.9. So they're almost a full percentage point less than the 29th worst.
So I remember distinctly that Malik missed that one that would have put them up 3. That was in the first overtime.
Yeah.
It was the first overtime because then Paolo tied it up.
Okay.
Right. And
I'll
then
take your word for it.
they went to the second one.
In my brain.
So who else were the culprits? Was it besides? So Malik missed. Is it just Sabonis and De'Aaron again?
It's really a combo of everybody. HB missed 2. Sabonis missed 3. De'Aaron missed 1. Malik missed 2. JaVale missed 2.
Weren't we just talking about, too, how Fox said he makes them when they matter?
Yeah. And he did miss it I think that was in the fourth quarter as well.
Yeah.
Like, that was an actual clutch one as well, and that's the only one he missed all night. It's those little things, man. It's the attention to detail that really can screw you. But I mean, we talked about it yesterday. I just don't know if it's a problem that's going to be solved. I think if anything, it's kind of a bailout for the 2 stars, but I think you just have to chalk in that those guys, Fox and Sabonis, aren't going to be good free throw shooters, and it's more so on everybody else to just make sure that they make theirs. That's not really fair to those other guys, but I mean, when De'Aaron and Domas are the ones who are they took 13 combined free throws yesterday. That it kind of makes it so HB's 2 sticks out a lot more. Malik's 2 sticks out a lot more. JaVale only took 3 free throws, but he missed 2 of them. Like those things just kind of stick out more when your guys, when you have your 2 main guys shooting as many free throws as
And by the way, I almost got my fellow Bay Area boy, JTA.
JTA.
Come on down.
Take it.
You know what?
The rest of the way,
we
man.
sat here. No, because you had Frankie Cardicelli on my back.
Come on.
Brendan Nunez on my back. Whitey Gleason comes up to me, said he's going to drive to the station if I bring up JTA again. Well, Whitey, get in your car right now. Pull up, Whitey. Pull up White now. JTA, he pulls up, okay, and Coach Mike Brown. I was on my phone. I'm hopping on Twitter.
I think JTA was too.
And so and you like, Alan. You're like, Alan, it's your boy. And I look up and JTA's in the game. Immediate impact.
Yeah.
Now look, I'm not gonna sit here and say that Paolo could have put him in the blender.
No.
Okay. But you needed a fresh body.
Man.
Okay. Sabonis everybody was struggling against Banchero. They were getting the switch that they wanted the whole time, trying to power through, and JTA just gets thrown into the fire.
Yeah.
Hey, this guy is a walking bucket right now.
Dude.
JTA, we know you haven't really played besides when the games are out of hand. Go get us a stop.
Yeah.
And he got 2.
Yep.
The second one was the one that ended up getting flipped back to the Magic that didn't get reviewed, which was awful. Was it a makeup call for the charge? I don't care.
I don't care.
You're doing makeup calls now? What is this, tit for tat?
Right.
I feel like I'm a kid with my little sister.
Man. Come on.
What are we talking about? But JTA.
How long do you think JTA played yesterday?
I would say, was it a minute? Did he get to a minute? 40 seconds?
I want to get in on this.
40 seconds?
I think it was 8 seconds.
40? I'll go 40.
Because I literally think it was that one defensive play, right?
JTA in the first overtime period played 15 seconds.
Oh.
In the second overtime period, played 4.
Dang.
19 seconds.
The most impactful 19 seconds. So.
He snuck in there when I wasn't paying attention.
That's Oakland. So. That's Oakland. 19 seconds
that's
for
business
you.
Right there.
That's
okay?
town business for you.
And Oakland 19 hits a lot harder.
And Oakland 19 hits a lot harder. All right.
For sure.
Got to get to a break. When we get back, we are talking about Domas's ho-hum triple-double and who he is in rare air with. Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-775-5622. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-775-5622. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-775-5622. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for by Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
The new year is a great time for reflection, to appreciate all the good things in your life and to prepare your resolutions, or bucket list as I like to call it. 2024 would be the perfect time to introduce someone new to the game of golf. Let them in on the fun. Or if you've never played, it's a wonderful time to start. Maybe go to a driving range, maybe take an introductory lesson. Or if you're an established golfer, maybe you want to get fitted for a new set of golf clubs. Maybe you want to take some refresher lessons to sharpen up your game. Consider a golf getaway, either with your significant other or a group of buddies. It's a great way to play new courses, eat some tasty new foods, and certainly laugh a lot with your friends. If you normally use a golf cart, consider walking with a push cart, or maybe even lightening your bag and carrying your clubs. Go back and play where you played your first round of golf or your all-time favorite round. Remember why you play the game and how much it means to you. Leave the course in better condition than you found it. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
The 49ers Report, brought to you by EB Stone. EB Stone for the life of your garden. The 49ers rang in 2024 with 2 wins. First, defeating Washington 27-10 on the road, Week 17. Then, they clinched the NFC thanks to Arizona's win over Philadelphia. San Francisco now heads into Week 18 with the best record in the conference to finish out the regular season against Los Angeles, before having a bye week to open the postseason.
Welcome to chat. YouTube chat. We got to get to 50, guys. Please, 37. Campeo, I love it. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. But you guys, we got to get We got to get to 50. Anyways, thank you.
As your dreams unfold, cheers to a green and thriving new year with EB Stone, the heartbeat of your indoor garden success. Find a location near you for our products and tips at ebstone.org.
Sactown Sports. Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Even the Drive Guys producer, Jay, was in the building last night. It was official.
It was a movie.
Like a referee whistle. It was a movie.
I did something a little silly next to Jay last night. in the
Super
media
silly.
room.
Oh,
you guys were talking about the Kevin Herter block?
Yes.
The media, you're not allowed to make noises or anything. You're supposed to be quiet.
I do.
I had to do a verbal when that happened, because I was like, that was bad.
What did Jay say?
I was just next to Jay. I just looked at Jay and went, oh man,
Yeah.
that was rough. And he just gave me the look,
I think Jay left. He might have left after that. He left after.
Yeah.
He left after.
Exactly.
No, I think he left after one of the Jalen Suggs threes. Because I was gonna say what's up, and then when the air went out, when the three went in, and you know what? Going back to the free throws, it's to the point now where you still hear the when De'Aaron or Sabonis misses, but to your point, it's even worse when Malik misses, or when somebody that you think should make it.
Right.
We need it. We're
Now
almost
you too.
Yeah, we're almost expecting the misses from De'Aaron.
Oh, 100%.
We're expecting one of two.
Yes.
Give us one of two. That's how I'm doing the math in my head right now.
Yes.
Because there's no reason not to. And what did you say De'Aaron shot? Because he's at
from the field?
No, from free throw.
From free throw 3 of 4.
So
pretty quiet.
He's
night.
shooting so bad, he actually went up because he's 71%.
Yeah.
So he actually went up.
I guess, yeah.
Well, as a team, I think the Kings shot 4 more free throws and made 1 less than the Magic. So it's like, you just hit those, man. It's not. Yeah, I know you guys already talked about it, but it's frustrating. If they lost today, I mean, that would be the talk all day, is the free throws, right?
And
So-
and Chris keeps saying at some point it's going to happen.
They're going to lose a game.
But luckily, it did not happen last night. All right, let's get to these stats from Domantas Sabonis.
Oh, boy.
And who he is now in rare air with. Domantas Sabonis last night, 22 points, 23 rebounds.
Oh, my gosh.
12 assists, triple-double. He is the first player since Wilt Chamberlain to reach those thresholds in a game. Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah. That's the dude who scored 100, right?
That is the dude with the picture.
Yeah.
Wilt Chamberlain, Domantas Sabonis, the first player since Wilt. None of these other guys, none of these other big men, not even your Mr. Jokic, not even the Anthony Davises, not even these bigger guys, these big guys that everybody says Sabonis ain't this. Where is Kevin O'Connor? I cannot
where is Kevin O'Connor?
I cannot find him. He was so quiet last night.
Come on,
Wait,
Kevin O'Quiet.
Kevin O'Quiet. Kevin O'Rongo. Where are you? We're looking. I'm looking. I'm doing the meme from the Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Beans, greens, triple, doubles, Wilt, Chamberlain, Kevin, where'd you go? I'm still waiting for the DM.
It's crazy.
He still hasn't read my DM. Maybe I should. Hey, Kevin, just following back.
Yeah.
I just wanted to bump this back up your inbox because I don't know if you saw this or not.
Must have not.
But Wilt Chamberlain, a.k.a. Domantas Sabonis, balled out last night. Okay?
Yeah.
And I don't know if
Chamberlain.
Maybe you didn't have service. Maybe the Wi-Fi was down.
Could have been.
Maybe there was a problem with X. We can talk to Elon about it. Because, Kevin, I didn't see you talk about Domantas Sabonis.
No, not a single word. And I'm telling you, like I said, like when you do something that only Wilt Chamberlain has done, that's just as a umbrella, a uniform statement. That's ridiculous.
Right.
Because Wilt Chamberlain's numbers, if you ever just have I don't know, a spare 5 or 10 minutes, just look at Wilt Chamberlain's basketball reference page. You'll see seasons of averaging 50 points, 25 rebounds, and like 6 blocks. It's dumb, okay? The dude was putting up stupid numbers every single day. And so, again, if you're doing things that only Wilt Chamberlain has done, I mean, that essentially means it's never been done in NBA history.
Exactly.
Like, it's
picture is in black and white.
Yeah, the picture's in black and white. The dude's playing with plumbers or whatever people say. The dudes in the 60s were 60s, 70s. Like, it's ridiculous. And I think it just speaks to the fact that, I mean, Domas is a special talent. I know De'Aaron's wife put out like a month ago on X, like, we shouldn't ever take for granted the performances that Sabonis has, even on, if Sabonis is having just a whatever game, he's just kind of floating, it's still going to be 12 points, 15 rebounds, and like 7 assists. And I think that it's ridiculous how well he's playing right now. I mean, I was looking at his numbers since December 15th. I'm just going to read them off real quick.
That's what I was looking for. Yeah.
December 16th against Utah, 20 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists. 18th against Washington, 28 points, 13 rebounds, 12 assists. Boston, 13, 10, and 8. Again, a bad game for him, 13, 10, and 8. Right. The 22nd against Phoenix, 28 points, 12 assists on 80% from the field. Minnesota on the 23rd, 17, 10, and 10. Sabonis on the 26th against Portland, 34, 12 on 74%. 5 days ago against Atlanta, 25 and 10 on 71%. Even, again, the other day against Memphis, 13 points, 21 rebounds, 12 assists. 2 days ago against Charlotte, 23, 19, and 4. And then on a back-to-back, 22 points, 23 rebounds, 12 assists. Quick math tells me 45 points. What is that? So bad at math. 42 rebounds, 16 assists in 2 nights. That's nuts.
It's just nuts.
Has anyone ever done that? Like, I'm gonna text Frankie during the break to see if
Jokic, I mean, maybe
in a
Jokic
2-day span has had 40 plus points, 40 plus rebounds, and 15 assists in 2 nights. That's nuts.
Yeah.
That's insane. And it's just casual. It's just casual for this guy. And, this is a guy who, he's struggled throughout this season. I think he's definitely peaking right now. This is a little bit more of the Sabonis that I would tell you about during the preseason. I was telling Alan all off season when he was getting started. I was like, I'm telling you, dude, Sabonis was honestly the Kings MVP last year. And he hadn't looked like that for a good portion of this year, but it feels like really in the last couple weeks, he's taken his game to another level. And I think hopefully as we're, again, at noon going to talk about these guys turning a corner, I think that's a really big step for them turning a corner. It's just Domantas Sabonis looking like Domantas Sabonis of last year.
Yeah, and, what he does is definitely understated every single night.
Yeah.
And what's crazy is we're seeing it right now because he did that first time it's been done since Wilt Chamberlain. And the storyline is Malik Monk.
Right.
That is why this
said.
team is so confusing.
Yeah.
Right? You have so much talent and so many guys that can go get you what you need.
Yeah.
And if it's not De'Aaron Fox kind of taking the spotlight from Domantas Sabonis, then it's Malik Monk. Now,
Or it's
honestly,
Keegan with 47.
Or it's Keegan. Or it's Keegan.
Even last night, yeah.
So I think it's really hard to sit there and say that Domantas Sabonis isn't doing enough when maybe sometimes our expectations are unrealistic.
Yeah.
And honestly, maybe a lot of it suffers from the same thing De'Aaron Fox suffers from, right? Jokic has these wild shots that makes it on ESPN and just
over the head,
just ridiculous.
Looking like soccer passes.
And I'll go there, right? When Jokic does stuff, it's like, wow, I've never seen somebody that size do stuff like that.
Right.
And I think that's a part of the allure of Jokic. He's better than Sabonis, don't get me wrong, but I do think that adds into it. People like uniqueness, right? And I think that whether it's De'Aaron or whether it's Sabonis, they're not viewed as unique the same way some of their peers are, and that's why they don't get the same love as the other guys that get talked about all the time, whether it's Shea or whether it's, any of these other point guards or centers as well. I mean, I feel like Alperen Şengün gets talked about more than Domantas Sabonis.
Definitely.
Which is insanity to me. which is insanity to me because a lot of people would say Şengün is trying to get to where Sabonis actually is.
Yes.
You know? Okay, so this is from the editor-in-chief of the Kings Herald. They went ahead and tweeted this ACUS last night. Tonight was Keegan Murray's best game of his career inside the three-point arc. He scored 28 points with only 2 made threes, was 11 of 15 from inside the arc. His previous career high in 2-pointers made was only 6.
Wow.
Nice to see him getting going in a game where he doesn't just rely on the 3-ball.
So he almost doubled his best
pretty much
2-point performance. And I mean, that's development. That is the definition of what the Kings wanted to see this year was this guy's offensive game growing. And the fact that, last year you could say he was a 3-point merchant, a catch and shoot merchant, whatever you want to say. The fact that he's starting to figure out how to score within the perimeter is huge. I mean, it's if he gets run off the 3-point line, it's not okay. Well, I guess Keegan's not scoring on this possession. I guess he's just going to pass it around and try and relocate. He's actually got a bag. He's got something to go to.
Growing.
And whether it be him finishing at the rim, I think his floater game is something that's still developing, or it's just that pull-up mid-range jump shot. I just think that's huge for his game. And when we talk about how does Keegan have 10 points against the Charlotte Hornets and, nights where I thought Keegan's supposed to be this team's third best player or third best scorer on a consistent basis, that's how he can get there, is not by just relying on threes. Sometimes the three's not going to be there. Sometimes your 3-point shot's not going to fall. You got to have some diversity in your portfolio when it comes to bucket getting. And Keegan's just kind of starting to get developed on that. And I think there's still definitely a lot more for him to grow in that area. But I think last night is just a character win. It's something that you want that to just kind of be who you are moving forward. It shouldn't be, oh my gosh, Keegan had 11 twos. It should just be like, yeah, this was a night where it just that felt like the thing that Keegan should do.
Got to get to a break. When we get back, it is time to ask the question, and we want to hear from all of you. Should Malik Monk be inserted into the starting lineup? We'll hear from NBC Sports California, Matt Barnes and Chelsea Gray, what they had to say, and we'll also give our thoughts and hear your thoughts. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Can the Niners build off their NFC Championship appearance from last season? How will the quarterbacks perform throughout the year?
Purdy back, now going to throw for the end zone, wide open. Brandon Ayuk is on fire.
Will the defense?
All right, chat. I'm seeing 46. I've seen 47 in the chat. Just a few more. I mean, that'd be awesome.
Just a couple more.
Oh, that was over the air. Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were going to get on there. Chris, you're good now.
Well, I switched.
You could turn your mic on.
No, I just wanted to make sure. Because I'm on not this.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. You're good now.
Just had to make sure I was.
Yeah. No, it has to do with in here.
Okay.
It's confusing.
Oh,
that's what
really?
you're hearing.
Oh, I thought I could switch it. So
No.
I can't
That's what
switch
you're
it?
hearing.
Okay.
So if you switch that to program,
Yeah.
you're going to hear commercials right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's very
Wow.
confusing.
You learn something new every day, y'all.
But we'll get, we get to 50. We'll do some of we'll just go heavy Kings in the break. And I'll get
I was
a
like, what's going on, y'all?
we'll get a I might throw my laptop camera on in here too.
Ooh,
we can have
get
some
a little
fun.
Nate cam.
Yeah, a little what is this, like a nest back here? I don't know what this
something
is.
like
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Let's get to 50.
Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Hey, we hit it. Okay, cool. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. We will do a couple segments. I don't know which ones yet we're going to talk about it, but we're definitely going to do a few breaks here, cut out the commercials for you guys. So appreciate you guys.
or SUV, and you will fall in love. In fact, my new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV is out in the parking lot right now. You know, I had a Tesla before this, but once I got the Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV, it felt like a brand new driving experience. It's on an entirely different level. Now, here's what I love about my EQS SUV. First of all, from the moment I sit in it, I feel like I'm stepping in a world of luxury. Plus, it's easy charging, and it has heated seats and cooling seats as well. It's an ultimate driving experience. I urge you, go see my friends at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. They're just 30 minutes from Sacramento. They're right off of I-5. Or, of course, you can always go online at mbfstockton.com.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Man, oh man.
Oh my gosh.
So much from one game. We pulled so much from the Hornets game. Now we're pulling so much from the Magic game. We will give our takes on whether or not you feel like the Kings turned a corner. Maybe not a 45 degree.
Right.
Okay. Maybe it's just, when it says slight left on maps or whatever you're on, it's not a hard left. It's not a hard right.
Right.
Slight right. Maybe it's one of those. Maybe it's not a full blown corner. We'll discuss that at 12 p.m. You're not going to want to miss it. But it is time to have the discussion that is on everyone's minds. Should Malik Monk be entered into the starting lineup? Malik Monk is playing a ridiculous amount of minutes. He's playing starter minutes anyway, okay? Most games, besides a couple games ago with the Charlotte Hornets where he had a rough game, and we have sound from Mike Brown talking about that as well. After seeing what he did, Chris Watkins, have you changed your mind on Malik in the starting lineup, or are you unmoved in that regard?
Unmoved, definitely unmoved. If anything, I'm more firm, if anything, because I just think that role is so perfect for Malik, and like I don't understand why if you feel like this thing is going well and this guy is comfortable in this role, and like you said, I mean, he pretty much will play, or he finishes the game anyway. So I mean, he's getting the real minutes that matter at the end of the day. I just don't see why the conversation is that's so prevalent. Like, it's not like it'd be one thing if the Kings starting lineup didn't work, or if they got off to slow starts, or if that starting lineup lacked scoring punch, but there's just not really much that Malik brings or adds to that lineup that they don't really have. It would be additive, but I just think some aspects of what Malik brings would be overkill. Like, I think he's just so perfect with that second unit that really needs an engine. It needs somebody to say, hey, when it's Sabonis, Mitchell, Lyles, Herter, and HB out there, who's the one who's bringing the ball and initiating offense, and like, who's the guy that you're looking to bail out and just kind of really take that 4 or 5 minute stretch and keep the Kings afloat? You can't really have that with Malik. I mean, you could figure maybe out how to stagger his minutes, but to me, the starting unit isn't a problem. I know Duarte struggled last night, finished with 0 points, -6 in 10 minutes. Played 10 minutes last night.
In a double overtime game.
Kevin Herter played more minutes than he did significantly. Herter finished with 17
Davion
on 2 points.
probably
Davion
played more than
13
10,
minutes. JaVale even played 7 minutes. I don't know what that was. I don't know if there was something Mike Brown saw that he just absolutely didn't like. Duarte did have 2 turnovers and 3 fouls in those 10 minutes. Maybe that had something to do with it. But I don't think that putting Malik in there, I just think that putting Malik into that starting lineup makes it a ridiculous offensive unit, but it really doesn't do anything else.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm torn on this because I don't know if this was because Malik had played so much. I think this was still the fourth quarter. There was a lineup of it might have been Sabonis, Trey Lyles, Harrison, and really, I'm not talking about the front court as much. The back court was Davion Mitchell and Kevin Huerter. Chris, I promise you, I never want to see that backcourt again. That was awful.
Yeah.
It was hot potato.
That's what I'm saying.
But, and I'm not going to leave Kevin alone.
Yeah.
Kevin, that's your time to shine, but there was no offense.
But again, like, he's not a play starter.
No, he's not.
And that's not his fault. That's why it's like Malik, he's really the only other person besides De'Aaron that you trust with like dribbling the ball and initiating the offense, like running a pick and roll. And I mean, I think Davion Mitchell can run a traditional pick and roll if it's just the two options of pick and roll. I'm going to either lay it in or dish it off to the big man. But you see Malik sometimes make these whip around passes or passes to dudes on the wing, not even the corner. Like, it's that level of vision that, I mean, I frankly still think if the Kings are going to make fringe moves, that's why I think a Caruso would be perfect. I think looking at maybe bringing in another playmaker, another facilitator would be huge, because there's just nobody else besides Malik and De'Aaron that can initiate offense and score at high levels and keep the Kings crazy offense going. Like, I think if you have, like you said, a Davion, Huerter, Barnes, Lyles, and Sabonis lineup, it's going to stagnate, and it's going to be a lot of half-court offense, and you're really not going to get into any flow. You might slow the game down a little. Maybe it's a little bit of a better defensive lineup, but offensively, like, everything you get is, I don't want to say lucky, but like you're really not running the best offense you could be.
Yeah, let's get to the NBC Sports California sound, where they spoke about Malik entering the starting lineup and whether or not they think that it should happen. Nate, we got that?
No, I think he's a great sixth man. I mean, he changes the tempo. I've started in this league and came off the bench, and I think he's found his role with this team. Coming off the bench, providing energy, like he said the other night, and also a scoring and a playmaking boost. So, whether they figure out that two-guard position, I think they're going to keep Malik coming off the bench.
Yeah, I would definitely keep him off the bench. I think it goes with their chemistry in that second unit. And then he closes out a lot of games for the Kings. And you talk about, like, historically, there's been great six players of the year and people that come off the bench. You talk about somebody like Manu Ginobili with the Spurs, right? He was always in the game at the end when it counts. And they're going to him. He understands that. Mike Brown understands that. And he was able to contribute and do that tonight.
Well, that's 3-0.
There you go.
All three of you.
Yeah.
All three of you want to keep Malik on the bench. And I'm torn on this, man, because the usage would just be even more insane.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, hear me out though. Are you worried that you're going to take Malik out of his, I guess, are you going to take Malik out of his rhythm? Because you had Keon in there when De'Aaron went down. You now have Chris Duarte in there. You've started different people, and you've just decided, okay, maybe this isn't it. I guess I'm wondering, why not just see what it looks like? And if it doesn't work out, just go back.
I just think it would kill the second unit. Like, I think there's no point in trying to help out the first unit when the first unit, in my opinion, doesn't need help. And the second unit is the thing that already is, I don't want to say on life support, but we've seen nights where, I mean, if Malik doesn't have it, it's got to be Trey Lyles, or else they're really getting nothing from their bench. So I think that it just really kills the second unit. And I think, I am concerned about Malik ruining his rhythm a bit, because, Sabonis likes to get going in the first quarter. You can maybe get a couple Keegan Murray. You saw Keegan was the one who started off the game hot as hell last night in the first quarter. He got his game going. When's it going to be Malik time to kind of get going? And there is no question of that. When he comes off the bench. He comes off the bench and it's Malik Monk time immediately. He's more times than not taking the first shot immediately after coming off the bench, and it's usually a three that goes in. That's the kind of thing that I'm not really concerned about, because he can figure it out long term. But again, I just think with how this team is constructed, it flows really well from in the first quarter, going from that starting unit, then taking De'Aaron out, putting Malik in. It just really flows for the entire first quarter. And it's just going to be a lot harder to try and stagger those guys if they're all starting at the same point. Like, you're going to have to probably play Malik an entire first quarter. And, that's just he's a guy who's came in with like 6-minute bursts. And, when you're going to tell somebody your 6-minute burst is now a 12-minute stretch and then a 6-minute rest and then another 6-minute burst, it's just a little bit different.
Yeah, it's almost as if, not to say that his repertoire or his bag isn't big enough, but at the same time, I'm going to take it to baseball because I love my baseball. There are shades of, hey, you're our closer, right? And a closer coming in knowing that it's everything to the wall every time that you go into the game, and you don't have to, okay, I don't got to wait it out. And because that's what De'Aaron is good at. De'Aaron, we just talked about it last show, where it's, let me get Keegan. If nobody else kind of has it going, I can kind of survey things, or maybe it's time for me to get going. Let's make sure Sabonis, because it is every game is a marathon, not a sprint.
Yep.
But it can be a sprint for Malik Monk when you play him in those concentrated, I guess not concentrated minutes, because there are a lot of minutes, but concentrated situations to where it's, you don't need to worry about the starting lineup is just a different vibe. De'Aaron is already the orchestrator to Keegan, you got to get going. Sabonis, you got to get going. Whoever else, I got to get going eventually.
A lot of first quarters.
Exactly. Besides on his birthday, right? So he's got that going for him. But Malik Monk can come in and say, I know my job, right? And let's not forget, Malik is still making his way back from being drafted to the Hornets, right, to playing with the Lakers, to really finding his way. So you don't necessarily want to put too much on his plate. And now all of a sudden the success that he's now finding, right, is now going away. Very similar to, I'm going to go baseball again. If your 6-hitter gets hot, right, in the middle of the season, you're not going to immediately, well, I guess we got to throw you in the 3-hole, right? Or we're going to throw you in the 4-hole, because they've been producing in the 6-hole, and maybe it's because there's a little bit more protection. All the pitchers are focusing on the 3 hitters, the 4 hitters, the leadoff, those top 4 hitters. So you're thriving there. And
just when you think there's time to breathe.
Yes. Okay, here comes the 5 to 6 hitter. Now, if you move them to the 3-hitter role, and everything is on them, all the focus is on them, they might not produce the same way. Maybe they do.
Well, and there's different expectations too.
And now to that
you're being asked to do different
things. And now to that same point, where's the protection down the lineup? Because now your 6-hitter is probably going to be kind of trash.
He's going to look like a typical 6-hitter.
Yeah.
And that's not what you want. You want someone who excels in that spot. Malik Monk is in the 6th man of the year conversation.
That's right.
There's nobody else the Kings have who would be anywhere near that conversation. So you're going from having it be a major strength of your team to maybe turning it into your biggest weakness. And I just don't think that you're going to be a better team for it.
Yeah.
And plus, again, like you've said, he gets the right minutes anyway. And isn't that what matters?
He's closing.
If Malik Monk isn't in there the last 3 minutes of the game, then maybe we can have a different conversation about, Malik needs to have an increased role. He's so important. XYZ. Why is this player playing over him? But Kevin Huerter played 17 minutes. Duarte played 10. Like, Malik's getting the nod more times than not.
If you actually boil this thing down, we're talking about 10 minutes total.
Yeah.
We're talking about 10 minutes to start the first quarter, and 5 minutes to start the first quarter, and 5 minutes to start the third quarter.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah.
So unless every game Malik is coming in and the team is down 10, 15 points, or coming in the third quarter, oh man, they just wanted to run. There was a bad run last night to where Fox and Malik Monk came out. I don't know why Coach Brown did that, but Fox and Malik came out and they went from leading to down 4. Right. So don't do that. But I also don't think that starting Malik would really solve whatever issues. Let's look at Charlotte, right? Malik didn't play well. We have that sound about the back and forth between Malik and Mike Brown. Malik starting probably doesn't save that game. That game was sloppy, right? Turnovers were everywhere. It was a bakery in there. So that was an issue. The games where nobody shows up, I guess you could maybe make an argument when they come out flat. But again, by the time Malik gets in, are we really saying that the game has swung that much in the first 5 minutes to where if Malik started the game, they would have won? No, they were flat, and they came off the plane flat, or they arrived to Golden 1 flat.
And I would even argue if they come out flat, That's exactly what Malik Monk is coming off the bench
There's no
for.
savior.
I mean, I'm saying like if the Kings score 10 points in their starting unit run, well, that's why Malik Monk is coming off the bench, because he's going to come off the bench and he's going to come out on fire.
It's a bit of too simple of arithmetic to think that Malik coming in, because the argument would be, I know we got to get to a break. The argument would be, well, if Malik is in the starting lineup, they wouldn't only drop 10. And I think that's just too simple of a way to look at it. Because we don't, again,
there's so many variables.
So many things go into that. The beginning of the games, beginning of the games, it's just getting warmed up. Everybody's feeling people out. You know what I mean? It's not, let's go, but that's what Malik Monk can do. All right, got to get to a break. When we get back, we will get into all the sound that we have. We have Malik Monk and Mike Brown's relationship. We have audio from that going back to that Charlotte game, and apologies were had in the exchanges. So we have all that, and then we will continue with our 11 o'clock Malik Monk hour. Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Guys, want to lose weight, improve your performance, and increase your drive? Revive Men's Health Sacramento can help you address the root causes of weight gain, low energy, poor drive, and performance issues. And since your testosterone level has a direct impact on your weight and fitness, we'll give you a free T-check and free exam at Revive Sacramento. Imagine upping your game, losing weight, and getting in shape all at once. Revive can help you make it happen with our new cutting-edge weight loss medications, like your favorite athletes and celebrities use. They're affordable and available now. Weight gain and low T are treatable conditions. We know we can help you. Take that first step and book today. You're only one step away from getting in the best shape of your life. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And we've been talking. It's been a roller coaster. I don't know about a roller coaster, but to the outside world, it can feel like a roller coaster when you see Malik Monk and Coach Mike Brown getting fiery with each other.
Yeah.
And you, even from preseason workouts, we have that sound. We've played that sound multiple times. And now you have what happened in Charlotte, and he essentially got benched the first half. So the great thing that I love being a part of Kings media is that I think that everybody holds everybody accountable, and nobody is afraid to ask a question, even in the height of a win, right? I almost felt like, oh, are we really going to ask that here, after a W? But Mike Brown, I think, almost knew it was coming, right? After you lay an egg like that, you don't just get to win a game and move forward, right? And especially with what Malik Monk did last night after what happened 2 nights ago, it had to come up. So I just want to say kudos to everybody involved in that media room and in the post-game press conference, because I just think it was nicely done. And here's Mike Brown giving a pretty detailed look into what happened after the game in Charlotte.
No, you know what, Malik, and I said this to him, I did not think Malik had a good game last night, okay? But he said this to me, and I love our relationship because we're open and honest, and we look each other in the eye, and we don't take anything personal. He started the game off slow, and I didn't say anything to him. I just took him out the game. So I didn't do a good job coaching Malik last night. And so when, before our walkthrough today, I called him to my office and I said, Malik, I got to look you in your eye and I got to apologize to you because I didn't do a good job coaching you last night. I said, I'm not apologizing for sitting you on the bench, okay, because you didn't play well. I said, but I'm apologizing to you for not coaching you last night the way that I should have. And he said, no, I appreciate that. And he goes, I got to play better. And he goes, I won't look at you like that again next time either. So I said, hey, you know what? You can look at me how you want. I said, I also may not coach you the right way down the stretch again, but if anything like that happens, we need to sit down like two grown-ups and look each other in the eye and figure out what happened and make sure that we move forward while not taking anything personal. So he's a hell of a player, but he's a great person too. And I'm fortunate. Not only am I fortunate, but I also enjoy coaching him because almost everything he says is real, and you appreciate that.
Dude, how about that?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I just think like anybody can relate to this. I think, like, could you imagine your boss just calling you in and saying, hey, that meeting that we had, it's on me. Like, I really like, I know you didn't do great in the meeting, but it's actually kind of my fault because I didn't give you the right information, the necessary information. And, you know, I just wanted to take some accountability. Like that does not happen in the workplace.
No.
And, you know, especially in professional sports where egos are at a peak and, you know, some people are so insecure with their own standing with their job that they feel like a conversation like that is almost admitting defeat and almost like a step towards being fired because you're admitting you did something wrong.
Right.
For Mike to just not even remotely think about that and just to have that be the type of guy he is, but B, also have that relationship with his players. It's just like, that's the kind of stuff where it's like, how are we getting texts? How are we getting sack chats of people saying fire Mike Brown?
Yeah.
Because that's not, I'm telling y'all, that is not a normal thing.
Yeah.
And like, if just from a human level, how would you not want that guy being in charge of what's going on? Like, I trust that dude to always have the team's best interest in mind. That's special. Like that is really a unique trait from Mike Brown. That's maybe my favorite Mike Brown audio that I've ever heard him have.
You just don't typically see people do that and put it out there.
That's
right. Because
too, right?
I've had,
so true.
As and most of you know my story, just being in the tech world, but I was doing this part-time. I was in the Bay Area doing radio part-time, opportunity to go full-time. So I'm dealing with the tech world and just the business world in general. When something goes wrong and it is your fault, what normally happens is you can get a boss that will say, hey, I should have done this or that. But they're going to tell you that in a direct message Slack chat.
They're not going to tell your boss that, right?
No. Or they're
and they're definitely not going to send a company email.
No, they're
right?
not. No, they're not. Or they're gonna tell you in your next one-on-one.
Right.
They're not going to say, hey, by the way,
night.
I told my boss's boss what happened and X, Y, and Z, or I told the exec team what happened in X, Y, and Z. They're not going to do that. No. They'll say, hey, Alan, I know technically you messed up because I didn't put you in a position to succeed. But on the outer, it's just going to be Alan messed up. So we're just
going to see Malik yelling at coach, being a malcontent.
Exactly. And I saw some of it. 2 nights ago in Charlotte. Hey, I know he's a good talent, and I won't even waste my breath reading the rest of it. But this is what you call a leader. I'm not just saying leader of men. I know that's the term, but just a leader of adults, right? And somebody that can come in and say, look, we got the X's and O's things figured out. And we get on Mike Brown on this show about, hey, is there too much freedom?
Right.
Can you rein it in a bit? Can you do this? Can you do that? This is only year number 2. And the way that they're rolling right now, and to get to the playoffs the way that they did, I think it would be unfair. And not to say we're never going to criticize Coach Mike Brown or a decision again, but just to keep in mind that when you look around the league, later in the show, we got to talk about who Mr. Darvin Ham
that aren't doing too hot
because he won the in-season championship, whatever it was, right? So all of a sudden he's got to go.
Yeah.
Okay, it was all good just a year ago when they beat the Warriors and we made some moves.
Yep.
So if the grass is greener, you got to show me where the grass is.
Yeah.
Because all around this league, and we know it's just a cycle. You know who they want? You know who they want in LA? Doc Rivers. They want Doc back. All right. So it's a cycle. So nobody is a perfect coach.
No.
They want Steve Kerr gone too.
Yeah, people are now talking about how Greg Popovich isn't doing a good job with Wendy.
Everybody got to go. And maybe that's just a fan thing. But I promise you, and I would hope that Sacramento fans, after everything you've been through.
After all the coaches we've been through.
After all the coaches, you can look further than just, oh, man, he missed a rotation there. I wish he would have challenged this here. And understand that for a lot of you, this is the best basketball you've seen in over a decade.
Yeah.
So,
and he brought it here in 1 year.
So
build it.
There you go. All right. The Malik Monk hour continues, and we have a lot of sound from him in his post-game presser about his reactions to his amazing game. Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
And a handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
The recent storm has caused dangerous driving conditions for us. The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down. Be alert and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is back. 2 big old nights, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Walker Hayes, and more. 2-day GA tickets are on sale now starting at $85 or upgrade your experience with VIP or pit passes. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITVFest.com. Brought to you by Bonnie Plumbing, Electric Heating and Air.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Yep, that trailer hitch and folding bed cover from TruckSmart makes road trips a breeze.
Right? I'm so much more organized on the job site since TruckSmart installed my truck rack and toolbox.
And they had it all in stock, so I just waited as they installed everything.
Take a look at this sweet Rhino truck lining. They sprayed it on.
Yeah, you win. That is sweet.
Truck Smart, truck and SUV accessories for on the road and the job site. Stop by one of our 2 locations in Rockland or Auburn. Trucksmart.com. Your truck's gonna love them.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Stiles Watkins taking up to 2 p.m. And the Kings did all the small things last night in order to get that double overtime victory against the Orlando Magic. And Malik Monk was very, very important in getting that. And Chris,
yeah,
at what point did you think, okay, they're going to pull this off?
I don't know if I ever really felt it, to be honest with you. Yeah, there was a moment in that second overtime where I want to say De'Aaron turned the ball over. Or there was something weird that happened. They took a bad shot, and I looked over and I was like, man, I think this game's over. And I just never thought the Kings had it. I mean, it just felt like it was the Orlando Magic's night, and it felt like every time the Magic were getting the last shot of the quarter or of regulation or of the overtime. And I mean, they had good looks at all of them. I mean, they had the Jalen Suggs one, I think, at the end of regulation that looked decent. They had a Paolo Banchero one that went up at the end of first OT. I thought that one was in. That Paolo shot looked beautiful. And then I think Jalen Suggs took the last 3 of the game in the second overtime. I thought all those were going in. Maybe I'm scarred. I don't know. Maybe I was like, Orlando shooting too well to lose this game. But I don't know if I ever realistically thought from the third quarter on that the Kings were going to win that game.
Yeah, it was such a weird game because, again, they were up. They were up 16, right? 16 is nothing to sneeze at, but at the same time. I think that was
going into halftime pretty much, too.
It was early-ish in the third.
They had a 40-point second quarter. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it was early-ish in the third, and then things just it wasn't turnovers. It was just a weird game. I mean, honestly, it wasn't weird. The Magic just couldn't miss.
Yeah, they couldn't miss. I was just about to pull up. If I'm not mistaken, I think I remember hearing people say there was a point where they were 6 of 8, I think, from the field in that. I mean, they couldn't miss. I mean, in that third quarter, that's really what it was. And I didn't think it was really so much of the Kings necessarily playing bad defense. I just thought, again, like it was in their game plan to allow the Orlando Magic to shoot, and they just knocked him down. Like Wendell Carter hit 3 of his. Caleb Houston, shout out him. He hit 4 of 6 of his threes. That really helped prop him up. Like you just got to tip your hat to him, I guess, and say congrats, because they shot the lights out in that third quarter. I'm looking here. They were 7 of 12 from 3 in that third quarter. The Magic was. So there you go. That really does it right there. And the Kings were 2 of 10, shot 10 of 21 just in that third. So, when Orlando again is having a 15-point swing when it comes to the 3 points just in that third quarter, that kind of really that hurt. I mean, that brought the game back close, and Orlando just kind of continued to knock down shots when they needed.
Yeah, it was just every shot they took was just, there's no way this is going in.
And they kept going in.
It didn't matter. It didn't matter who it was. No. It didn't matter. I know we talked about Jalen Suggs, but it didn't matter who it was. It was dudes. I mean, we don't watch a lot of Magic basketball. Who is this? Right? Who is that? Just Cole Anthony didn't even play.
Tall dogs, though. Yeah. Defensively, Orlando, like from Anthony Black to even Jalen Suggs. You had Queen. Trevelin Queen. Never heard of him. Nate got a great shot of him with a huge gash down his face, but just the amount of like size at guard that they have, like I like that Magic team. I think that I saw on social media after there was some Magic account that was like, Kings and Magic Twitter should join forces because these two teams really are similar. And like, there's no reason, we play the Magic twice a year, one time in our building, one in theirs. There's not really much reason to have a lot of vitriol. I kind of think I like that, as a lot of, if Sacramento fans are looking for an Eastern Conference team, the Magic would be a good one to pick.
Yeah, and of course, smaller market. But
exactly.
Who knows how long they'll be able to keep this thing together. And as we
they might be able to grow on it, too.
Yeah, well, it's Wendell Epps, and we had him on last night, who does a lot for the Magic, and he was saying that they were thinking, okay, even themselves, what do we do at the trade deadline? Because that window, man, it can be dicey. And you look at the Celtics and you might think to yourself, okay, well, they got this on lock for the next whatever amount of years. The Celtics, they're always tricking stuff off. The Sixers are always tricking stuff off, and the Bucks are always tricking stuff off. So if you're the Magic, you might think, hey, another year here.
2 dudes on rookie scale deals still too, so they can do a little bit of 49ers action where they're like, hey, we're still paying Paolo and Franz like their rookie salaries. Maybe they are like a sneaky Zach LaVine team, a team that maybe can just look at a big expiring contract and say, like, this is a year. We can try and go for it. And I think if you bring in a Zach LaVine or, I don't know, James Harden's not on the trade block, but just a guy who's a straight bucket, I think the personnel around him are good enough defensively to make up for it. So I would look out for the Magic. And I also did see people bringing up on socials last night, the Magic have a ton of money this offseason. Some Malik Monk whispers.
Look, I'm not going to get into anything politically here, but as far as the weather is concerned, there's worse places to be than
No
Orlando.
sales tax. No sales tax in Florida
There's worse places
either.
to be than Orlando.
Malik last night said, "Come get me."
No, he did not.
No.
So you're here.
We're not doing that.
You saw rumblings of Malik.
Yeah, no, I saw.
To the Magic.
Yeah, a lot of people. It was a little bit of like sad boy tweeting out of like, it's going to be so sad when Malik signs with the Magic for 3 years, $25 million per this offseason.
It's not happening.
The Kings will easily
They
pay
should
that,
no.
right?
The Kings should be able to give Malik, I think, up to like $19 million a year, which should be fine. I mean, he'll be paid more than anybody who's not Fox or Sabonis. But
did you say 3 years at 25
at
million?
25
Okay,
per?
yeah.
Yes.
No,
yes.
can't do that. Can't do that. Let's hear from Malik Monk and him just kind of talking about how he lives for these
Built
moments.
for it.
Speaking of that dogfight, just how much do you enjoy being in that moment like that where, it's ball's basically in your hands every time going down?
That's the game. That's the game. That's why you want to play basketball, man, to be in moments like this. Game tied up, overtime. What you going to do? I live for these moments.
What you gonna do?
I think I just got chills.
I did too.
Down my entire body.
Yeah.
I think that's what Karl Anthony Towns thought he said when he said that it's like a movie. Like, I think he thought it sounded as cool as what Malik just said. Because, like, that's – how could you not love Malik Monk?
Yeah.
Like, we've talked about it before, like, when it comes to who is your favorite player on the team, like, not necessarily saying who do you think's the best.
Yeah.
It's stuff like that where it's like, bro, how can you – forget, like, he might not be your favorite, but how can you hate on this man?
No.
And how can he not be one of your favorite players? Because you throw in the style of play, the level of difficulty of some of those layups yesterday. De'Aaron Fox is sick. I seriously don't know if De'Aaron could have hit some of the, like the scoop layup at the end, maybe, but that and one that Malik hit where it was late whistle and he just kind of threw it up off the side of the glass with his left inside hand. Like, that's ridiculous. And that's where even De'Aaron talked about, going into Kentucky, Malik was the recruit. Like, Malik was the guy growing up when these guys were in their AAU circuits or in their basketball, the ABC camps, whatever. Malik was the guy that everybody talked about. He was the touted prospect that everyone was like, dude, that's Malik Monk. That's Monk over there. He's doing the crazy stuff. And
I live for these moments.
Bro, he's born for it. And I'm so glad that he figured out his NBA career, because it'd be so sad if the NBA was deprived of a dude like Malik Monk. And the fact that he was so close to being out of the league after having all of the promise, all of the talent, and we're seeing it. He has the ability to be a great player in this league. If that just would have gotten thrown away because of, I mean, candidly, it's public record. Like he did get suspended for taking drugs in Houston, or I'm sorry, in Charlotte. Like, his career could have been over, and we wouldn't have ever seen the guy that we're seeing now. And I just Malik is one of my favorite Kings of all time.
Malik, the Monk Yard dog.
Come on.
And he did give a nod to the dog segment.
A little bit.
And let's hear that right now.
I expect us to fight, man, because we've been together for a little minute. And we've been talking about fighting, especially on back-to-backs. And like I said, we haven't won one, and it was our first one we won, and it was great in this fashion because it was a dog fight. And we know we can do it. So we just got to continue to build off this.
Cut that, Nate.
Cut that,
I'm going to need that dog fight, okay? We're
Dog fight.
going to need to cut that.
I also need a what you gonna do just to use out throughout life. What you gonna do?
You know what, Nate, while we're at it, can you also get Katie calling Joe Ingles a pizza man? That was pretty great, too.
I can do all that.
Thanks,
You
Nate.
just walk around with the Bluetooth speaker, just dropping these in like Safeway or whatever. Just so people know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna say. My cat doesn't feel like eating or something. Just play the sound. My baby doesn't feel like eating. Just play the sound. What you gonna do?
What you gonna do? Huh?
What you gonna do?
Cry all night, keep
Cry
you
all
up.
night and keep you up. But yeah, she slept much better last night.
Not a coincidence.
Not a coincidence.
At all.
Not a coincidence. Let's hear last one before we get to a break. This is from Malik about Domas and how he almost had a double-double if it wasn't for Domas and his inability to make layups.
I mean, you were able to get buckets, but you got 9 assists. What happened? You didn't want to get the double-double.
Nah,
What happened there?
don't Moss be smoking a lot of my layups, man. I be talking to him about that. He really be pissing me off with that.
I feel you. I understand you. Good job tonight.
Oh my God.
You guys are so true.
Yo, it's like one of the low-key things that I think we in media talk.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of people talking about it, but Sabonis misses so many easy layups.
He does.
Like he does have, I mean, he still shoots 70 or whatever, 65% from the field, so it's kind of excused, but he misses so many easy bunny layups that it could be something that I could see maybe a Kevin O'Connor of the world pointing out in a playoff series.
Well, and then he gets a rebound, so his rebound number goes up, and then I'm sure Malik is like, "Really, dude?
Yeah, no,
really?"
of course,
Because now you get 2 things off that, and I don't. All right, got to get to a break. When we get back, continuing to talk Malik Monk, and if starting him matters when he plays so much, more of your calls, more of your texts, more of your sack chat, and do we care that they blew a 16-point lead? Not right now. Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
A handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emron Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. The holiday season should remind us that faith and family are the most important things in life. And we hope that you succeed in coming together this holiday season with those you love and in the process creating some generational memories. Holidays have this magical power to magnify small things to ever greater memories over time. What a return on investment. Happy holidays.
500 Capitol Mall, Suite 2060, Sacramento, California, 95814. Online at CordellCordell.com.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help, so you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Carmichael Dave here for my good friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Right now, American Energy offering $0 HVAC diagnostics. That's normally $99 for nothing. Let the American Energy team test your system, connections, and all the moving parts of your system to ensure it's functioning properly. Let me say that again. $0 to get your HVAC diagnostic-ted. That's not even a word. That's normally $100. Making the uncomfortable comfortable. That's what American Energy does. That's what they've done since 1981. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since then. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call today to schedule your appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Do it before January 31st or go to AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Guys, want to lose weight, improve your performance, and increase your drive? Book your free T-check and free exam at Revive Men's Health Sacramento. Now also offering affordable, cutting-edge weight loss medications. Call 916-277-8599 or visit Revive.
news. And Sacramento, it is up to you and the Sacramento surrounding areas. Actually, we can take this out of Sacramento. If you are a Kings fan listening right now, because we know this show is worldwide, nationwide, all of that jazz, you got some work to do, because we're looking here at the Western Conference front court, and there is a name missing here. We just talked about Sabonis doing something that no one has done since Wilt Chamberlain. And a lot of this is in the hands of the fans. 50% of the vote.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go for the front court for the Western Conference right now. The first fan returns. Chris, you said they do this every
Thursday.
Every Thursday. Number 10, Karl Anthony Towns. Number 9, Chet Holmgren. Number 8, Victor Wembanyama. Number 7, Alperen Şengün. Number 6, Paul George. Number 5, Kawhi Leonard. Number 4, Anthony Davis. Number 3, Jokic. Number 2, Durant. Number 1, LeBron James. There is a name missing there.
Yeah.
Friends and countrymen.
Yeah.
Where is Sabonis?
Yeah, I can't tell.
To get out there, you got to vote. You have to vote. De'Aaron Fox is number 8, by the way, for guards. He's number 8. Okay?
That's not great either. Especially when you consider, guess who De'Aaron sandwiched in between?
Who?
John Morant at number 7, who has played, I think, 5 or 6 basketball games this season. And then our guy, Klay Thompson.
Oh, my God.
Who's having moments of talking about how he's essentially like on a boat looking back at his career now, waving it goodbye.
Washed. He's rinsed.
So, some disrespect going on around here.
And look, this is purely fans, though.
Yes, this is just fans.
We can't blame this on media.
This ain't nothing. But if anything, this is a sign of, just where oh my God.
Maybe how the media is portraying.
And you know what I just did? And I shouldn't have done it because I should have known. I looked over at the East. But to me, this is just a
what's wrong with
signifier.
Wow.
Yeah, this is just a signifier of the fact that the Kings don't get a lot of national attention. Even still, like I would say the Kings have gotten more national attention.
But isn't this on the fans, though?
Yeah, but I mean, fans are also, and I mean, there's only a certain amount of Sacramento Kings fans that can throw their votes in. This is also just NBA fans in general. This is people in New York. This is people in Missouri. This is people in Florida. Like this is a national crisis, okay, that we're talking about here, where people are not tuning in or not appreciating the fact that De'Aaron Fox is one of 5 NBA players right now scoring 30 points per game, and he's 8th in the guard. Sabonis is putting up numbers. And granted, now I will say it's been in the last month, and I would say Sabonis definitely hasn't played, notably enough to get on the national stage for the first month or month and a half of the season. But recently, I mean, he there's no doubt. And he's somebody who's been a 3rd-team All-NBA, multiple-time All-Star. He's somebody who should just be in the NBA lexicon. It should just be somebody that everybody knows is just somebody who should be put in there. And I look over at the East, and I can say that this is a Sacramento-based problem, because you can't say it's a small market problem, because you look over at the East guards, and number 1 with 1.3 million All-Star votes, Tyrese Halliburton sits at number 1.
So here's my question.
And of course, he got a huge media swell recently.
When we go to the media swell piece of this, here's my question. When I just put it on Sacramento Kings fans, hey, got to show up, got to do this, got to vote, got to do that. Do you believe that there are hardcore enough basketball fans, NBA fans, that I am a fan of the Mavericks, right? Luka is number 1 for guards. I'm a fan of the Mavericks, but since I'm already here and I love basketball, I'll vote for Tyrese Halliburton because I love what he's doing and I think it's cool and I think he plays well.
Yeah.
Do you think there are a lot of fans voting for fans or voting for players that are not on their team, as well as obviously the players on their team? Is that the mess up? Is that the disconnect? Is it not just Sacramento Kings fans not voting for De'Aaron? Is it the fact that when we bring up the national piece of this, there are fans that, I'll vote for I'll vote for De'Aaron and Halliburton, or I'll vote for Luka and Halliburton because I hear about Halliburton's name all the time.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that it's a lot of, I think it's a lot of the fact that these people just, I mean, it's the names that they hear. They just know that Tyrese is playing well. And it is also a bit of, Carmelo Anthony would always lead in these things. And Allen Iverson, even though when he was like on the Nuggets, he would lead in these things just because it is. I mean, that also should be mentioned. This is essentially just a popularity contest at this point. This is just as your student council government.
LaMelo is 7 and he
barely has played. Again, Ja is 7 and he's played 6 games.
That's crazy.
It's just, and Clay. I mean, Clay is not an all-star this year. And the fact that
pity votes for Clay.
Austin Reeves is 10th. That's because he's a Los Angeles Laker. I mean, I just think it's kind of, I mean, but then you have Shea. Like, Shea is 3rd. Why has Shea broken through that barrier? And of course, even you can argue Shea could feel disrespected that he's behind Steph. Because again, this is a popularity contest, but I think it's just the question of how does De'Aaron kind of take that next leap? Because I mean, if you really want to look at it here and break it almost into tiers, the Luka, Steph, Shea makes sense. The James Harden, Kyrie, those are popularity votes. But then you have this 6, 7, 8 for the guards of Anthony Edwards, Ja Morant, De'Aaron Fox. Those are 3 young guards who should be higher, but just haven't quite broken through that I would say Ja's broken through that popularity ceiling, but he's only played 6 games.
Back. Yeah, he's trying to run back out.
He's trying to go back. The fact that De'Aaron is last in that list, I think, tells me where he is also in terms of, I mean, obviously, again, this being a popularity contest, but just in terms of notoriety, it feels like De'Aaron's maybe even, I don't know if you would put him better as Anthony Edwards at this point in his career, but I think De'Aaron's at least in the same level. And the fact that it's I mean, it's tough.
He was Kermit, right, in the Netflix movie with Adam Sandler.
Sure.
And that
number one
movie
pick too.
That number one pick. That movie was huge.
It was huge.
Everybody loved that
Hustle's
movie.
Great movie,
right? And Anthony Edwards, he's kind of taken off from that.
And this is also just kind of the start of De'Aaron's rise. Like, again, Ant was number 1.
His shoes,
his
signature shoes came out today or are coming out very soon.
And I saw a great commercial for that as well. So, like, Anthony Edwards has a couple year head start here. De'Aaron just signed with Clutch, just had his first playoff series, just signed with Steph Curry.
We need the shoes.
It feels like, exactly.
We need the shoes, De'Aaron.
Ja's already had some time. I mean, he's already had enough time to rise his star and then cramp his star and then bring it back up to apparently higher than De'Aaron. To me, that's what this is also about, is how do we get De'Aaron Fox to just be more a part of the basketball conversation? Because clearly he's still behind Ja and he's still behind Ant. And I mean, he's behind Shea as well when it comes to how the NBA public looks at the young guard kind of power ranking, I guess, if you will.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. And I know that it's still early on, so go out there and vote. We see you in the SAC chat saying, hey, I only vote for Kings players.
They also have like a 3 vote day where like one of your votes counts as 3. I saw that. So you got to hammer those.
But that's why I think that this is more about, not to put anything on Kings fans, but I don't know that there are a lot of fans voting for other players. I think you're voting for your own players.
Sure. And I mean, that definitely doesn't help the Kings, right? Because being a smaller market, like, you're just going to end up losing. The Los Angeles Lakers have 5 times as many fans as the Sacramento Kings do globally. So it's like, you're just going to, and again, it's also, this becomes the yearly annual conversation of like, why do we care about this stuff? Like, this doesn't really ultimately matter. And like, I think they only end up picking 3 of the All-Stars. So the fact that they released a list of 10 is almost so you and I can go back and forth on these kind of conversations. But, at the end of the day, who cares what the fans think? It's more so what the players think and not really what the media thinks. And honestly, all that matters is what the players think.
Yeah. But I do think it's worth noting because it's connected. I mean, I told you, man, just from coming out here, I'll hop in, before I have my car out here or whatever the case may be, I'm hopping in Ubers all the time.
Yeah.
And, why'd you move out here? I tell them my story and blah, blah, blah. Oh, they're pretty good this year, huh? Like, I do think in a vacuum in this world that we live in, the Kings have a lot more. There's some people that just won't ever be into basketball.
Yeah, for sure.
But the Kings still have a lot more growth to do, even within Sacramento. Like, I got to about the 4th or 5th Uber before somebody had on a Kings hat and knew that there was a game, which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Crazy, but it does take time. As big as it is, if you're into it, there's still so much more that can happen. And I think to your point, if you are a casual watcher in Sacramento, right, and you throw on First Take or you throw on ESPN because you don't follow very closely, you're never going to, if you do see, oh, De'Aaron Fox was named an all-star, it's not a chicken or the egg thing, but I do think that there's a lot of growth to still happen within Sacramento. And all the years of just not being competitive and not being a good team.
Being a laughingstock, frankly.
You don't get rid of that stench in 1 year. Right. It's a process on the court and it's a process off the court. And I think that I look at it as a sleeping giant. I think that the growth has been immense already, but there's still a long ways to go. There are the fans that you've tapped that were into basketball, but maybe adopted a Warriors or adopted a Lakers, and now they're back, right? Then you have the fans that just, you know how many times in the Bay you would hear, I was never really into basketball until Steph and the regime.
Right.
That's why if you're a hardcore Kings fan and you want the best for this, and I say this about all fans, not just Kings, I don't give a dang about a bandwagon. Bring them all. Yeah. You can all, as long as you don't leave, come on the bandwagon. It can be as big. It could be on Soul Plane. Right. Hop on the bandwagon Soul Plane. We can fly wherever we need to go. I don't care about bandwagons because it's a community. It's a community, and I think the community is still growing, and you can see things like this because you're right. Why is Indiana a bigger market than Sacramento?
I don't know.
If anything, it's the same.
I would say no, but yeah, I just know it's super central.
Right. If anything, it's the same. And you have Drew Holiday cracking the list, and he's in Boston now, but you have Donovan Mitchell. He's in Cleveland.
Right.
Donovan Mitchell's in Cleveland. Yep. Okay, you have a bunch of guys, and here's the thing. Oh, the Knicks, that's good for basketball. Donovan Mitchell is number 4. Jalen Brunson's number 6.
Right.
That makes no sense. So go out there and vote and talk to your friends and continue to grow this Sacramento Kings community because there's a lot to still grow. All right, got to get to a break. When we get back, continuing to talk about the Kings. And is this the game? It is time to have that conversation. Let's get the calls in. 916-339-1140. Is this the game that sparks the run? Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Kevin Herter plays here.
It's Herter. He's been hot. He fires. He's still hot. Kevin Herter from downtown has a 15-point first quarter.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-775-5622. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-775-5622. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-775-5622. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for by Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
With RT Painting, our name says it all. We are a reliable and trusted commercial and residential painting company serving the Sacramento area since 1998. Employee-owned, our attention to detail is second to none. Put our decades of experience serving our community to use for you. Get a free quote today. Call us at 916-900-8112. That's 916-900-8112. Or go online to rtpainting.com. That's rtpainting.com. RT Painting, your trusted and reliable painting contractor of choice.
California's largest sportsman's expo is back, January 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Get $3 off coupons at Big O Tires and O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Get to the action in Toyota's all-new Tacoma. Visit sportsexpos.com for locations, seminars, and show info. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 18th through 21st at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
The 49ers Report, brought to you by EB Stone. EB Stone, for the life of your garden. The 49ers rang in 2024 with 2 wins. First, defeating Washington 27-10 on the road, Week 17. Then, they clinched the NFC thanks to Arizona's win over Philadelphia. San Francisco now heads into Week 18 with the best record in the conference to finish out the regular season against Los Angeles, before having a bye week to open the postseason.
Welcome the new year with EB Stone, your go-to for indoor gardening success. In 2024, enrich your indoor oasis with EB Stone's Indoor Potting Mix, our best premium blend crafted for vibrant growth. Explore our comprehensive range from soil amendments to fertilizers and find everything your indoor garden craves. Nurture new beginnings, cultivate lush landscapes, and witness your dreams unfold. Cheers to a green and thriving new year with EB Stone, the heartbeat of your indoor garden success. Find a location near you for our products and tips at ebstone.org.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Live and local. Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Is this the game? And I thought we weren't going to do this, but here we are. They pull us back in like you're fishing on the Sacramento River, reeling us back in.
Have you done that yet?
No, I need to go. I'm getting my license pretty soon here.
Okay. Yeah, that was like the number one thing you were most excited
That's
for.
right.
You were like, hey, man, I just got into fishing.
But I didn't. Hey, yeah. And it's funny because, we're having the dinner on New Year's and we're going around. What do you want to get into? What are you going to get into?
Yeah,
and
the resolution.
It comes to my turn and I say, I think I want to do some fishing. I think I want to get into it. Okay. And apparently I hadn't told my little sister. We talk very often.
Yeah.
And her face was just so, she's like, what? You want to?
She said, Alan, I've known you for 30 plus years. I've never even heard you say fishing.
She's like, what are you talking about? You trying to get into fishing?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. What's the problem?
Oh,
You know what I mean?
It's a great hobby.
Gonna reel them in just like the Kings reeled us back in last night as they defeat the Orlando Magic in double overtime. And now we got to ask the question.
Do we?
916-339-1140. All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. If you want to be a part of the conversation on the text line or the Sac Chat, doing great things today. Shout out to the Sac Chat. We have had a lot of fun with this game. It's been a great show so far. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. We will have crosstalk today. Haven't had it the last couple days. So that'll be fun to get Kyle and Whitey's thoughts on the game. But Chris, unfortunately, I just don't feel like I would be authentic if I fall for it. And as good as they played and as excited as I was, Nate said, hey, you're not supposed to say anything in the media section. Oh, I was, let's go. I had a couple, let's go in there. And luckily I'm just next to Chris, so nobody said anything to me. But I can't let them trick me again.
Yeah.
I got to see more. I do not think that I do not believe. I guess it's not even that I don't believe it's not going to spark a run.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know what could spark the run. I feel like I thought the Memphis game was going to spark a run. I thought X game was going to spark a run in that game. So I can't say that I believe that this is going to spark a run because nothing has sparked the run so far.
Can we condense it down to like just like this next easy patch of teams, maybe? Like you feel maybe better that the Kings can take care of this stretch?
Let me look at the schedule.
Because the stretch, I'll read it out for everybody here. By the way, and I was telling you about how we can, spin some narratives here. Mm-hmm. Kings have won 3 of their last 4.
What is the run though exactly?
So that's what I'm saying.
What are you looking for?
So
here?
Kings have won 3 of their last 4.
Six games.
They play Toronto next on Friday.
That's got to be part of the run.
So they play New Orleans on Sunday.
Now that would have me ready to go.
Then there's 2 more easy games. You have the back-to-back Tuesday and Wednesday on the road, Detroit and Charlotte. And then you have Philly, which is now national TV, at Bucks, at Suns, home Pacer. Like that stretch after that is a little bit tougher and a little bit more excusable of some losses. So again, if we can just kind of shrink down what we would consider a nice little run to like these next 4 games and maybe win 5 in a row and maybe win, that would be 7 of their last 8. I think that works.
That's so great. You think that this could spark that?
I think so. I mean, and a big part of it is the lack of competition. But yeah, I mean, the Raptors, they're a team that just got put together, and that's a home game for the Kings.
They've been playing well though.
They played
Raptors.
well, yeah, with Quickly in there, and Quickly's been ridiculous. Shocker. New Orleans Kings, come on, 4. They're gonna go 0-4 to the Pelicans. I hope
it,
not.
Right?
Yeah, this is it. This is it. This better be it. It better be it. And then you got Detroit and Charlotte. Charlotte, if that's not a 30-point loss, then I'm sorry. That's not a 30-point win, then it should count as a loss. And then the Pistons, enough said. Like
the Pistons,
these next 4 games have to be taken care of. And I guess you can go 3-1 and have it be okay in the long run. But if we're talking about, hey, can this game maybe spark a run? I do feel like there's a chance that the Kings knew that this would be an easier stretch, and the fact that they didn't allow that Charlotte loss, like De'Aaron did talk about when he talked about leaving this arena and leaving the game back behind him in the arena when he left. Like, you could argue that after that Magic game and the resilience it took to get that result, maybe they are kind of checking into place and focusing up, at least for right here, right now, and at least trying to take advantage of the opportunity that's immediately in front of them.
They should.
But yesterday, if I were to ask you that question, you would have said, Chris, they can't even beat the Hornets. Why should I think that they're going to go 4-1 or 4-0 the rest of this trip?
Nate, what's so funny in there? Is that a good Allen impression?
It was a great one.
It was pretty good.
Because that's
I liked it. I think he's getting better every day.
Oh, my
It's like the Gus Johnson. It's happening slowly. But then,
I haven't heard Gus in a while.
Yeah, not in 2024. You're not hearing him today, but you will hear him.
Hopefully he comes out for the
college football.
Yeah,
you'll hear him for the play.
Yeah, that's the Michigan game.
Wait, that's Monday, so we'll do it Monday.
It is Monday.
We'll do Gus on Monday.
Hopefully I'll be here.
Can't wait.
There you go.
Can't wait. But yeah, I mean, I just think that this is a nice little stretch that the Kings should, whether or not, the opponents, or you should say they should take advantage, I think they will take advantage, which I don't know if we would have said 24 hours ago.
So going back to what we said earlier about this segment, it's not necessarily a corner turn, a hard left or a hard right. Slight left.
It's not
0.3 miles.
Turn and don't look back.
Yes, in 0.3 miles, make a slight left on Watkins Avenue.
Yeah. I think they're gonna hit that slight left, and then in that little Sixers, Bucks, Suns, Pacers stretch, they might look around and see if they drop their wallet or something. Let me take a couple steps back. I know I just turned this corner, but I swear I heard something fall back.
I'm on my watch. Where's my phone?
Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure. So it wouldn't surprise me if something like that happens. But I definitely feel like, again, this is a good opportunity for the Kings to take advantage.
I want it all.
I really think that the win yesterday, I mean, again, I'll say it's a little cliche. I'll say it's a little theatric, if you will, but I do think the resilience of winning a game like yesterday has to have some sort of staying power with your team.
Well, De'Aaron said he flushes it. So
right, actually,
he's not even thinking about it.
You can't have it both ways. You can't flush good or bad losses, but also live with good wins. You have to flush them all.
I guess, or maybe you don't. 916-339-1140. Let's get out to Steven, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Steven? You're on Stiles and Watkins. You know what it is. What you got for us?
Man, I definitely know what it is, man. What's good, fellas?
What's up, man?
Not much, man. Not much. So I'm not going to let this team win me over like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to get caught in the hoopla of the ups and downs, right? That was an incredible game last night as far as entertainment. We should have had that game wrapped up, though.
Yeah.
Lot sooner. We should have had that game wrapped up by the end of the game. That 16-point. You know, I love all these talks about how, you know, Kings came back from a 16-point deficit and a 23-point deficit. My question is, how did we get to that deficit in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, that's great. That's great and all that we won and we came back from it. But how did we get to that deficit in the first place? I feel like that should be addressed more so than, oh, yeah, great comeback. And also, this run right now kind of reminds me of, like, the Giants' 3 out of 5 World Series. Okay, that whole amazing 6-year run right there, right? There was a term that was floating around, man, and it made it on the posters and everything. Giants torture. Giant torture. Now, the Giants never had, I'll try to make this as long story short as possible, because, you know, I'll talk your guys' ear off. But they never had, if you look at their roster, they never had a championship roster.
Mm-hmm.
Never. As you looked at it, you can look at it even now, and you're like, dude, how in the heck did they pull that off? Well, because you got hot at the right time. There's so many different variables. But the one thing that they did is they tortured teams. Also, they tortured the fans because of the ups and downs. You know, it was just torture all the way around. And I really kind of agree with that sentiment as far as this year, because it's been up, it's been down. But like with the growth of, you know, from last year to this year, we had such high expectations, and I still feel like we're kind of still stuck in that expectation rut in a way, to where they're not necessarily meeting our expectations as fans. But I mean, are we kind of putting too much pressure on these guys? I just don't know. You know, that's for them to decide. But I really want to just relate, you know, this season to kind of those Giants years, man. It really is torturous, man, to kind of to kind of get the feelings of all the highs. You know, it was a great win. You know, we had Keegan at 47 points, knocked down 12 threes. And, you know, but at the same time, you know, you're going to have to ask yourself, like, all right, you know, what about tomorrow? What about those Houston games? What about Charlotte? You know, those games were rough, you know, but then we have big games like last night. So Giants torture, man. I feel like it's kind of Kings torture nowadays, you know, put us on the stretcher, you know what I'm saying? Like in Braveheart, you know what I'm saying? Start splitting our limbs apart, man. I'm ready for it. So let's hopefully we can outlast this torture this season, man, and hopefully end up in a good spot, man.
No,
appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Anytime,
thanks
Steven, you know.
for the call, Steven. Yeah, look, if it ends in a championship,
I'll take it.
I will take that all day and all night. Yeah, the thing about the Giants games where they did win a lot, but it was
2
man
to 3
on first
every game too.
Right, it was man on first and second, bases loaded, no outs. Here comes Brian Wilson. Can you get out of this jam over and over and over again? So that is similar to what the Kings are dealing with right now. And
it's better than getting your limbs pulled off, like Steven said, though. I'd rather have that than having my legs be
agreed.
slowly pulled from my body.
Okay, yes, agreed. Yeah, and to Steven's note about why are they in these situations, I think Charlotte completely understand why you would feel that way. But I would say that last night, and I don't normally do this, if they had lost, I'm glad they didn't, but if they had lost, we would have just felt like, all right, it is what it is, because of the otherworldly shooting that the Magic have done that is still bizarre, right? Still bizarre. So good on the Kings for powering through. I wouldn't put that in a bucket with the Charlotte game, but if Steven is just kind of encapsulating everything, Sure. And by the way, I have a response.
No way.
From Kevin O'Connor. I will read it.
That was quick.
I will read it when we get
Sit
back.
on a throne of
Stiles
lies.
and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And we have a response, a pretty funny response from Kevin O'Connor. If
I was
you are,
hoping he would really just be like, "What are you? Who are you? I don't even."
No, not at all. And I'm trying to figure out.
I want animosity.
So let's take some help here from the Sac chat and to the text line and the callers if you want to be a part of the conversation. So I think most people know the background, but if you don't, we will let you know right now. Basically, Kevin O'Connor is in the media for The Ringer, and he also does stuff on FanDuel as well. He is part of the basketball media, almost 400,000 followers on Twitter, and he is almost famously always in a beef with Kings fans because he thinks that the Kings essentially need to upgrade from Sabonis, even though if you look at the numbers, there's nowhere really to go. So there's been a long-standing back and forth between Kevin O'Connor and Sacramento Kings fans. So earlier in the show, I referenced Kevin O'Connor when we were talking about Sabonis's big night last night, and I took that clip, I clipped it, and posted it on my X Twitter, and I tagged Kevin O'Connor, and Kevin O'Connor has responded. And Kevin O'Connor with 2 laughing emojis. And what I said was DeMontis Sabonis did something last night that hasn't been done since Wilt Chamberlain. Then I said his stat line. I said, "It's all love, Kevin O'Connor." And I tagged him, "We just want to talk." He responded and says, laughing emoji, "The one night I take off from live tweeting, shaking my head. I was editing my very long article while watching the games, to be honest, LOL. And I'm sure you're seeing it now. You're not happy. It's a fun exchange.
No, it is.
Chris.
I actually really like the exchange. I actually really do like Kevin O'Connor as well. Like he's a good writer who knows a lot about the NBA and especially like all the ins and outs of, the salary cap stuff.
Right.
He's also really big into the draft. So if, around draft time, he makes the Ringer's draft articles and their draft profiles, big board, all that stuff. I just really wanted smoke. I just really wanted you two to.
No, I want to have him on the show.
I do too, but I think it would have been a lot more entertaining well, I guess I'm not a casual observer. I'm involved in the show, but I just would have liked to see you guys beef, honestly.
No beef.
And Kevin's not, Kevin's not like a bad dude at all. Like Kevin O'Connor seems, by all intents and purposes, seems like a really, really nice guy, someone who's not confrontational at all. And I think he would be very willing to it's not like he's just, I mean, I hate to throw a fellow ringer guy under the bus. It's not like Steven Ruiz, who's just throwing out Brock Purdy sucks because I don't like how he plays.
Yeah.
Kevin at least will have a conversation with you and have some pretty good points about why he feels the way he does about Sabonis.
So I need your help. I need your help, Chris. I need your help, Nate. I need your help to the listeners on the text line, 916-339-1140. Also in the SAC chat as well. So I told you what he said. He said the one night I take off from live tweeting, shaking
What
my
does
head.
that mean?
I don't know. I was editing my long article while watching the games, to be honest. LOL. What do I respond with? What do I respond with?
I don't know.
I'm trying to get him on the show.
Yeah, we need someone with some Riz, man. We need a Rizzler.
Do I just come back and say, haha, all good? So when can I have when do you want to come on tomorrow?
That conversation. Let's see here.
Should I say, does tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern work? Just give him a time.
That's not
and
bad.
If he doesn't respond, he doesn't respond.
Yeah, right.
And we're right back where we started.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe.
I think so. I think that's a good move. Yeah. So How about just say
let's not rush.
Yeah. We'll make sure we get
Once
the
you
right
press
thing.
send.
I like what you said though. I like the give him a time, tell him, all right.
And it's be out, everybody's gonna see.
Yep.
Right.
Put the ball in his court.
How about a 10-minute convo tomorrow, 2 p.m.?
I like it.
Not 2 because we're done at 2.
Right. Well, yeah.
I don't know where he is.
I think he is on the Western time zone. So
okay.
I'm pretty sure
we
should be able to work with him.
I'll send it
on a Friday.
All right. If anyone has any better ideas how I should respond to Kevin O'Connor, so he can get back into the good graces.
We're gonna be live on YouTube during this next break here. Maybe we'll draft it up during the break. So if you want to be involved in the Kevin O'Connor tweet, join us on the Sactown Sports YouTube page.
There you go. There you go. Shout out Kevin. All right, let's get into it. And this kind of leads into what Steven was saying in the last segment. One of our top callers here.
I think the top caller.
Probably the top. You got. We got to rank. We'll rank the callers.
In terms of quantity, for sure.
For sure. So we got to rank the callers at some point in time. That'll be a summer.
I don't think we should. I don't think
that'll be a summer event.
Maybe if we do it like Dion, and it's more of like a out of love, as
out of
everyone understands.
Yes,
I love all of my.
We'll
children.
just give them different titles. Okay, not ranking them per se, but the Kings did blow a 16-point lead in the third quarter last night, and I know. When you're on the road, you say, hey, let's get it to 15. Let's get it under 10 in the fourth, or just get it to 10 in the fourth, and we're ready to go. 15 is normally that limit to where it's right on that fringe of, hey, did they blow it or not? Right?
Yeah.
Do you feel like the Kings blew it? Because it was 16.
Yeah.
It wasn't 20. It was 16, which is one more than 15. Honestly, I felt like it should have been talked about a little bit more. But I guess you can just put it into the category of, no lead is going to hang on if a team is shooting 56% from 3 and they make 25 threes.
That's where I fall. I fall on that second part for sure, where it's just like, maybe, you can argue if you want that the Kings, once the Magic have shown that they are shooting well that night, maybe you kind of abandon the game plan, but I think it's a solid game plan. And I think, again, I just think it's crazy unfortunate that the Kings got the Magic's best punch. I think, there's really nothing you can do. I mean, I didn't see anything in that third quarter. And again, I haven't watched it back, and we watched it live, so we don't always have the best vantage point of it, but I didn't really see any sort of collapse. It didn't feel like, and I can look at the numbers again. I don't remember there being a crazy amount of turnovers or anything in the third quarter. I'm sure there was some, but I don't remember anything out of ordinary or anything like that, though I am looking at it now. And the Kings did have 6 turnovers in that third quarter. So that probably speaks to it right there. So if you add turnovers on top of missing shots, for sure.
On top of
them making shots.
Well, you said in the third, didn't they? Was it 7 for 12?
7 of 12 from 3, which is absurd. And again, you throw all those factors together, and but the Magic probably should have won, and you could say the Kings blew it, but to me, I think I just think it's more impressive that the Kings were able to wade those waters. I really, you can definitely say for sure. Like, you shouldn't have had to do that, but I think that they're a better team in a weird, twisted way. They're a better team for being able to deal with the Magic's best punch and be able to deliver their own punch and still get the result. Again, like I think, like you said, last night was maybe an excusable loss where, today, if the Kings would have lost that game, we probably would have just said, look,
you would have just been more mad at Charlotte.
Would have been more mad at Charlotte. Would have had nothing to do with the game last night. I think the fact that, the Kings were able to win a game like that, I'm taking that. That's my takeaway. I don't even really think about the 16-point lead because, like you said, too, to start this thing, those things happen all the time. If we're talking 20 is a little bit different.
20, 25.
For whatever reason.
Yeah.
It's just, it's how it works out. In the NBA, like you said, 15-point leads, that's pretty, I don't want to say normal, but you'll probably see that just about every night in the NBA between one of the 8 games that goes on. A team will blow a 12 to 15-point lead.
Every day, every game.
Every single game. So it's not out of the ordinary. If it were 20, then maybe we could say the Kings really had this, and then Franz goes down. They didn't have Markelle Fultz and, all these things, and they still lose. But I'm okay with it. I'm not really going to think about it much.
Got to get to a break. When we get back, we bring back up De'Aaron Fox saying he doesn't think about a loss very long. Well, Giannis, who lost to Tyrese Halliburton again. What is this, the 4th time this season? They're 0-4. Giannis is being his funny self, and he talks about the fact that he does think about it everywhere. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
You guys want to stay live? Chris, you got me? Okay. What's up, chat? Dude, we almost got to 60 likes so far. That's crazy. I don't know if that's that might be a station record.
Sorry. What up, Nate? How's it going?
What's up?
Just eating some carrots.
Speaking of eating, we will have some food coming our way.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to add myself to the stream, actually. So they get a little behind the scene. That's going to be nice.
Let's
dude.
see here. What's the chat saying?
I don't know if this camera's good. I guess it is.
Oh, it's because you have you got to take that comment off. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a little behind. I'm on the YouTube, not on the
I don't know
stream.
what to do with. That's the thing. If the Kings continue to win, right? If the Kings continue to win, Sasha's not going to get any time.
I just saw Sasha will get waived. No,
no, he's not going to get waived. But if they lose, it's almost as if how much do they have to lose before you switch things up?
Yeah.
And I told you this last night. I almost asked Coach Mike Brown a question about the rotations, about Sasha, or I think
he answered a
Matt
question
George
about Sasha.
asked a question about Sasha. I was going to ask about Keon, and it's all going to be the same answer.
I didn't even see is Keon
He
just
was
back
at
in
the
soccer?
end of the
Okay,
bench.
I
He
didn't
was
see
there,
him
though.
at all. I
He
didn't
was
see him
sitting-
warm up
He was
anything.
literally sitting on the floor.
Okay.
Like on the baseline. He was sitting. So not
Alan,
even in
did
the
you
stream.
watch the video I sent you?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I'm about to send this.
You
off.
seem distracted today. You got a lot going on.
Dude,
What are you talking
just
about?
got this KOC vid off.
No, I mean, like, yeah, that's you got a lot going on with that. It's kind
Oh
of.
yeah, wait. We need to construct.
I'm
this
doing it
reply.
now.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
doing a laughing emoji. I'm doing a laughing emoji first.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if Herter is injured? I don't believe Kevin Herter is injured. I think he just hasn't.
He was on the
played
report the other night, wasn't he?
well. Yeah, it was for his
Wrist or something?
hand or wrist or something like that. Yeah, I know he hurt his finger, which is why he missed the game earlier this year. But I want to say, it was his hand or his wrist is something that got hurt like a week or two ago.
I don't think I'm gonna go ultimatum. I think I'm just gonna say
Just invite
love
him
to
on.
have. You can say love
Yeah.
to have you. on.
yeah. That's what I said. I
That
said
kind of
laughing
softens the
emoji,
blow.
all good, man. But seriously, I DM'd you. Would love to have you on the show very soon.
Okay.
That's it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No, not at all.
And then
Now, what if he comes out swinging?
I highly doubt.
Yeah, and you know what? We've kind of put him in a bit of a corner with
Yeah.
that too, in
But
a
it's
good
good.
way.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's good.
in
He
a
has
good
to say
way.
yes.
Yeah.
How tall is he?
Let's take our guesses. I
don't want to know because he's in the media.
Actually, hold on.
Everybody in the media is 6'4".
We're coming back. We're coming back. Sorry. We'll do next break.
Next break.
When we came back, because I didn't want you to say something over the air on accident. So I killed your mic.
Okay. Well, that was the first time. If you were with us on the Sac Chat, that was the first time we stayed live during a break. So shout out to the Sac Chat. That was different.
We're trying to figure out how tall Kevin O'Connor is.
Yeah, we got a couple more this hour.
No,
yes, we are. We're going to find that out.
There's no heightism here. No. All right, we're not doing.
No, it's not about
mostly because
curiosity.
Mostly because I'm pretty sure he's going to be tall.
I'm pretty sure.
I kind of hope he's like 5'6".
See, I don't think he's that short, and I don't like you saying that.
I just hope he is. I don't know
why.
So I can carry him around.
Why? Okay. All right, come on now. We've made a lot of progress here.
Okay.
No, I'm.
Nate's not producing the show that Kevin O'Connor is on. I've already made that decision.
Decided. It's been decided.
As we get back, if you're listening in the car or on the Sactown Sports app, thank you for listening. De'Aaron Fox was asked a question after the Hornets game as far as how long do you sit with a loss. So we played that sound yesterday. Essentially, De'Aaron Fox said that I don't really sit with it for very long at all, right? By the time I leave the building, I'm not thinking about it. Now, I don't know if that's how he treats every game. I don't know if that's how he treats stinkers.
Right.
I'm not sure. Now, here is Giannis, who they have lost to the Pacers 4 times. Ooh. And I will say this. I'm going to go back to the underdog story of Halliburton and the showmanship. Halliburton does a no-look pass yesterday out, right, to Miles Turner. He hits a 3. Halliburton is telling, last time he did the Damian Lillard, right? This time he's telling Damian Lillard, Giannis, he's telling to the crowd, get him out of here. Get him out of here. So to those, going back to the All-Star voting, and it's on our TVs in here right now.
We're literally about to watch it right now.
To those questions about the All-Star voting, the showmanship that Halliburton plays with, it's kind of unmatched right now. Yeah. It's a little bit unmatched right now. But here is Giannis, who got asked about losing to the Pacers 4 times now in the span of one season. We're not even done with the season yet. Here's Giannis talking about how much, I guess, he thinks about it.
Upset.
You have that, and you think about it. Now, when you go back home and you sleep and you wake up, you think about it. Now, when you go back and work out, you think about it. You know, when you're about to get freaky at night, you think about it. You know, but at the end of the day, it's good because now it gives us time to fix things.
What? Did not need to throw that in, brother.
Is he eating peanut butter during that?
He's always he's always on some. He loves to joke about activities.
Yeah.
He loves to joke about activities.
It's really a Greek thing. You guys wouldn't get it.
Are you Greek?
No. I've seen my big fat Greek wedding.
All right. So besides the joke at the end, right? Besides the joke at the end.
You think about it.
You think he's serious? I think he's serious. I think it's bugging them.
Yeah. I mean,
he's clowning them.
Here's the thing, too. I don't know which one I would prefer my superstar best player to have. Because I do think, what do they always say about Michael Jordan and Kobe and LeBron and all of the greatest to ever do it? Is that they make up things to drive them, to motivate them. Mm-hmm. And I think there is a bit of something healthy there in trying to use that as motivation. Like if the rest of the season, Giannis is just going to think about how the freaking Indiana Pacers tried to sun them when Giannis has a ring and he's got Damian Lillard on his squad and they're playing some of the best offense in the NBA. He's cashed out now, going to be a Milwaukee Buck for life. Like, I think it's healthy for Giannis to use that as a little carrot dangling in front of him. And I also do think definitely for your mental health, I think it's okay to be where De'Aaron's at, where he flushes that thing the second he leaves the building. But I kind of would like to hear my star, really any of the players on my favorite teams, to say, yeah, like, I'm not just going to forget about this. Like, I'm going to use this. I'm going to learn from it, and I'm going to be better from it. Like, I do think that there's a weird juxtaposition there between these two guys, but I at the same time, I think both of them are right for how they approach it.
Well, it's different, right? We're talking about, they are two different situations. I think that, honestly, I'm not hoping that this happens, but I think that the actual comparison would be if the Kings, and you said they're coming up again, you know where I'm going with this, if the Kings lost to the Pelicans again.
Oh my God.
That's what it would be, because
this
is a one-off stinker, or kind of one-off, because you had the Blazers situation, but it's not the Hornets over and over and over again.
It's not literally the same nightmare over and
exactly.
over.
It's not Halliburton trolling you, roasting you over and over again. It's a random game where you played poorly and you've kind of had a random stretch. So you're asking him about that game, De'Aaron, but honestly, you're asking him about your play the last couple games because of the Blazers game, and because throughout that 4, you had the Blazers trash, and then after that, you had the Hawks trash, and then untrashed, and because you won, and then you had blowout against the Grizzlies, and then you had the loss to the Hornets. So really, De'Aaron is, I don't want to say hiding, but he's answering a question about a one-off game, when really the answer you want is about how you've been playing lately. So it is apples and oranges.
Sure, a little bit there, yeah.
And you have Giannis basically just saying, yeah, this is the same team. So it would be the equivalent of if, and I don't think it's going to happen. You don't think so? I'm not to say it now because they don't play soon, but you're giving me the vibes. You think they will finally vanquish the Pelican?
I'm not promising anything. I will not make any. I definitely will not say I will say I hope they do. I would say it's really tough to beat a team 4 times in a year without dropping one game, but it would be another thing to add to the list of what makes this season just the weirdest season ever. So it wouldn't surprise me, but yeah, I mean, I would like to think I would like to think that the Kings also, I'm not saying they need to be thinking about that today, but as that New Orleans game is maybe the next night, like, I would like them to start to think about, these dudes 3 times have had our number already this year. What can we do? Let's really let me kind of PTSD myself and actually go back and try and internalize the moments where I felt like that game went wrong, and where I feel like, we can learn from it, because, obviously when you lose, you're learning lessons. I mean, that's where you learn the majority of your lessons are in losses. And so, I mean, I would hope that they don't just completely flush it.
Yeah.
And of course, they're going to watch film and stuff, so it's going to be brought back up to them. But I think that there is something, especially for these hyper competitive guys. Like, I think there is something good about them not forgetting those things.
I asked you something yesterday, and I really wanted to ask it during the roundtable, and we can definitely talk to Frankie and Brendan about this next week, because you didn't really agree, but I thought it was at least a talking point. Are the Kings, out of the contenders, out of the true contenders, are the Kings the least? Do they have the least athletic rotation out of the, I guess, Western Conference and Eastern Conference contenders? And maybe this is an easier conversation to just keep it to the West. How about we do that? It's probably easier to just keep it to the West, because we talked about how they lack athleticism, right? And I don't know how much more athletic the Kings are with Duarte in the lineup than Kevin Huerter. Then every time we do a pregame press conference, and Coach Mike Brown actually said it last night. He said, they're another big team, and this is becoming a theme, right? It's just a wing. It's just they're lacking. It's not that it's crazy. It's that they're still lacking that one piece when you compare Harrison Barnes to the other wings that people have in that position. If they were always talking about, even going back to the fact that they run the Princeton flow offense, and literally the first lines when we read how that offense is supposed to run was for the teams that weren't as athletic, right? That's one of the reasons. So I was just thinking about that last night. You have De'Aaron, who's athletic, right?
Sure.
I think once you get Keegan is a confusing athlete, to be completely honest.
I just don't really think about athleticism. It might sound weird, but like for basketball, I just don't really think. Like I think of having an athletic trait, but like teams in total, like I don't know what a team being an athletic team would necessarily help you to do. Like I think obviously if you have good athletes, you're probably a good defensive team, and I would hope you attack the rim well, but I don't know what seeking out athleticism specifically would do for like your roster.
But okay, so maybe an easier way to put this is I don't know. It's just when we see them play the Timberwolves,
and like athleticism too is like a wide, like is it leaping? Is it speed?
Maybe it's just a confusing way of again saying I think they're missing two more athletic guys that most of the league has, whatever that means.
Yeah, I would translate that for my brain would translate that as like you want guys who are more threes than fours. The Kings need forwards. They need those long, versatile guys, but they need to skew a little bit more towards the mobility than the Trey Lyles, Sasha, a little more clunky physical, which I think I definitely agree. Like I've been clamoring for the Royce O'Neals, the Jared Vanderbilts of the world, like those guys. I think the Kings definitely are deprived of them, but to me, I would look for length and like wingspan over just sheer. Like when I hear athleticism, I think you need a team of Derek Jones Juniors. Right. And that's just not really or Kumingas, totally Kumingas. And that's just not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking more for.
No, I guess they're just missing a couple guys. They're missing a couple guys, and hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them, which makes them making jump shots so important.
Right.
From the 916, Clippers are too big, too long. Denver's more athletic. Lakers, no one can guard LeBron. Phoenix, no one can guard KD.
Sure.
From the 916. I mean, the Lakers, we'll talk about the Lakers. They got their own issues.
Yeah.
And we actually talked about Denver.
Yeah.
Because we talked about, I know we got to get to a break. We'll do it after
when
the
it comes
break.
to athleticism, though, I think that was my answer to like who in the West. I would say like Denver's not like crazy. Like Aaron Gordon's obviously, look at his dunk contest, sick athlete.
Exactly.
Michael Porter's no slouch, but like Jokic got those credit card hops. KCP's whatever, and Jamal Murray is no leaper.
Right. So it's really, I would say the Clippers, right? I would say the Clippers. I would say the T-Wolves.
Yeah.
And I would say the Thunder.
Yeah.
Those three for sure. We'll go over the others. 916 also brings up Phoenix, but again, that's another team that
old team.
And I believe the Kings are undefeated against the Suns.
Yep.
They didn't have KD the first time, but they did have KD the second time. All right. Got to get to a break. When we get back, continue the conversation. More of your texts, more of your calls, more of your Sac chat. And we are switching. We're switching it up a little bit real quick because we know there's some Raiders fans out here. And Devontae Adams has some thoughts on who should be the next head coach. Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Back here in the Sac chat. I think Alan forgot. That's okay though. I don't think we found out.
Are we continuing to do this?
Yeah, I think we're gonna do it through the hour.
My bad.
It's okay. I think we should just do a couple. We almost got 60 likes today.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Then we got to give the people something.
We've actually Is that a record?
Probably. All right. I still never got
Maybe
to send
likes.
off this tweet. So
63 likes.
63. That's great. That's almost
likes.
talk
How about
amongst
that?
yourselves
Talk to
as
us
I
nice.
send this out.
Yeah. So how tall is Kevin O'Connor?
Oh yeah, no. I found a picture of Deuce
do it
and
to scale?
KOC. Yeah, so we can.
How tall's Deuce? 6.
I would say Deuce is maybe
He's
6.
a healthy 6'1". I would say.
I would say yeah.
At least.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. He's definitely Deuce is definitely over.
We can't text him and ask because he just doesn't.
He would not
respond
He would definitely
to anybody
not
ever.
He would definitely not.
What is wrong with you two?
What's wrong with that?
What's that?
Hold on, let me finish this.
Look, Deuce would proudly admit he does not respond to text.
Well, and if you, Chris, are saying,
yeah, I know,
then I know.
No, facts. Yeah. Actually, Deuce is worse than me at responding to text, and I have no problem saying that. And that's bad. I've been in group messages with Deuce, and he is worse than I am. He is worse than I am significantly. And like he won't even acknowledge it. Here we go. Here's the picture. I'm gonna walk up. Is this camera?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk up to the camera here. I'm gonna show the chat here what we're talking about scale wise. I think we might be dealing with a 5'10", maybe a 5'11" KOC here.
Okay. So that's not a vert.
I guess I could hear you still. All right. Do I need this is
Hold on. It should autofocus. Pull it back a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Okay, it's starting to focus.
Okay.
Where's he? White shirt?
KOC is black shirt.
Black shirt. Pull it up a little bit. Okay, yeah. So he's not.
They're sitting too, so it's
He's not super tall.
not super tall.
Okay.
Definitely, we're not talking a definite vert here. I think we're talking like I would say probably 5'10", maybe 5'11" and a half. I definitely would not say KOC just off of, and granted he is sitting, but if he is not, he's definitely not as tall as Deuce in that picture. So there you go. I don't know.
I like him more now.
I actually completely forgot why we were so concerned about his height.
It was Nate. He wants to know how much everybody benches.
I'm a stats guy. You know, stats really matter to me.
Ooh, Mark Jones is definitely a 6'1". No, he is definitely not 6'1".
No.
That's what I'm saying.
No.
Mark Jones,
Alan,
how
how
tall
much
would
do
you
you
say
bench?
Mark Jones is?
If Mark Jones
5'7", 5'8"?
No,
he wasn't super tall. I didn't think.
No, I think he's a
5'9".
He's a 9 or 10er.
You think?
That's why I thought Deuce was a healthy 6'1". But I have a bad scale.
That was Deuce a vert.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're coming back here. I just needed to
see. I still haven't even sent it off.
Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. A lot of Kings talk, and they deserve it. Okay? We roasted them yesterday, and they deserve that. But when you ball out like you did, even if it's not pretty, when you give people what they want, Frankie Cardicelli, our Sactown Sports Kings insiders, family is in town.
Come on.
Right? Brother here from the Air Force, thank you for your service.
Yes.
All he wanted to see was a beam.
That's it.
And when you do something like that, we got to give you your flowers. Malik Monk deserves his flowers for everything he did. Sabonis deserves his flowers for everything he did. And you know what? Obviously, Keegan Murray as well, but I'm also going to say De'Aaron Fox. I don't know what was said in those huddles, but De'Aaron Fox, all these games where he's carried the team, right, to be able to understand. He took a couple shots later in the game, but they were wide open. He still has to keep that defense honest, but it probably was a different situation. Okay, this is going to run through Malik. And there are some guys, I won't name names, but some guys in the league that might not have liked that very much. And I don't think De'Aaron Fox cared one bit. That's his brother. You said it, not me. That's his brother from Kentucky. And I guarantee you he was really happy for him. So kudos to everybody involved with that W. And look, you got Chris believing that you can roll this into something. I'm not there. Because I got burned last time because mine was I've had a couple. So I'm sitting this one out. Okay. I thought the Memphis one, maybe. Yeah. I've had a couple. I'm not falling for it yet. Okay. But let's see what you do tomorrow against a Raptors team who is trying to do the whole, hey, and I actually don't think they lost the trade, but they're trying to prove we can be better. They're 14-20. They beat the Grizzlies last night, 116-111. So, and RJ Barrett, now he's back in his hometown, Canadian kid. So they're feeling it right now. After they lost to the Pistons, they beat the Cavs and they have beat the Grizzlies. Now they got to come and do the West Coast run. They take on the Kings tomorrow. Then they take on the Warriors. Then they take on the Lakers and the Clippers. They're doing their West Coast run. Yep. There's the only time they do it throughout the season, so hopefully the Kings are able to take advantage.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, Toronto's not that great of a team, and I think even with the Quickly trade or I should say the OG trade that brought them Quickly and RJ, I don't think that they're really trying to win basketball games this season. They're going to be a scrappy team, but there really shouldn't be much concern there from the Kings side. I feel like they should be able to take advantage.
Man, no, hold on now.
What's up?
I don't like that.
Why not?
Because I actually really had deja vu earlier on in this show. Seriously.
Really?
But now I'm getting fake deja vu because this is the same thing you said about the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean that it still doesn't mean that it wasn't true against the Charlotte Hornets.
Don't say it.
I mean, what am I supposed to say? Like,
say it's going to be a gritty game.
Okay, but this is a 20-13 team going against a 14-20 team. Like, how am I supposed to say that these two teams are even? And realistically, oh yeah, the Toronto Raptors have as much talent. Like they don't have as much talent as the Kings. They're a new team that's being put together that doesn't understand their identity. Emmanuel quickly scored 26 points the other night. That tells me that he's just kind of taking the reins, and they don't really have people who are already there that they feel like should be their primary scoring option. I mean, obviously Pascal Siakam's still there, but I just think that that's
Scotty
a team
Barnes.
that doesn't make a lot of sense right now. I think that they're still in the process of kind of forming whatever the post-trade.
Schroeder, who he play for? Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah.
On the Toronto Raptors.
Dennis Schroeder's over in the 6. Like, they have some talent for sure. I mean, they've got Jakob Poeltl. He's going to be a physical matchup for Sabonis, but I mean, De'Aaron Fox is the best player on the floor that night, and Malik Monk is probably the second. Like, I think that there shouldn't. I mean, well, okay, I'm forgetting Pascal Siakam's out there, but like, I think the Kings should have more than enough talent to deal with the Raptors.
Honestly,
where I'm at.
No, I hear you. So last night, RJ 14 points, Pascal 24, Jakob Poeltl 33 minutes, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 7 points.
Yeah.
Scotty Barnes 20 points, Emmanuel quickly, as you noted, 26 points, Dennis Schroeder 16 points, and then you have Gary Trent Jr. 21 minutes, 5 points, 1 rebound. Yeah, for me, I'm just really excited because I'm not judging anyone, but I do think a lot of people see names and they've seen these names for so long, they just assume they are going to be upgrades. I'm not going to name names, but I would just say I'm glad that people that have probably been clamoring for Pascal Siakam for 2 years are actually going to get to watch him.
Yeah.
Because I just don't believe these people. I don't believe everybody is firing up League Pass and watching. It's just, Woj said that this guy's available, and everybody is saying that this guy's good, so he must be good. I am very excited for a guy that's been connected with the Kings a lot.
Mm-hmm.
We will get to actually watch him live and in action. Now watch you get traded before the game.
I'll take it. I'll gladly take it. But who knows? I mean, we didn't see the first Toronto
what if he gets
trade
traded to the
happening?
Kings before the game?
That would be a mess. I mean, I would love it. I wonder if we could somehow make that like so that he could play that night because it's like everyone's there. That would be great. But you never know. You just never know. I mean, again, we did not see the OG Anunoby trade coming from anywhere. It would not surprise me if the Pascal Siakam trade just kind of springs up one morning out of nowhere. And, you put it to my attention. I keep forgetting we are like pushing on less than 30 days until the trade deadline. You said it's February 8th. We're at January 4th right now. So by next week, we're going to be less than a month away from the trade deadline. And I mean, anything can happen. And I definitely think, at this point, that doesn't make sense for Toronto to hold on to Pascal beyond this year. So they're probably going to move him soon.
Yeah. All right. Quick note before we get to the break. Devontae Adams, who I think a lot of people forgot is one of, if not the best receiver. I know Justin Jefferson would have something to say about it.
He sure does.
But, Devontae Adams just didn't get talked about. And really no reason to. He's dealing with Aiden O'Connell, and
it sounded like you were going to say he's dealing with an injury.
No, his injury is the organization that he chose to go to. He's dealing with mediocre quarterback play and mediocre ownership. Here is Devontae Adams and who he thinks should be the next head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, I mean it's obviously who I wanted. That's my vote, and I've been vocal about that, and that's that's basically how the whole locker room feels, and with good reason. I mean, he's come in and done a great job, and he's continued to win us over. It's not just the comfortable thing. I think having AP here will be it'll be good for this organization. He kind of embodies what it means to be a Raider, and that mentality, that swag, and all the things that he endorses is the things that I believe in. So it's easy for a guy like me, especially having dealt with him a little bit this year now and gotten to know him and see his evolution, in front of the team, and all those things, all the different fields of being a head coach. So definitely rooting for him.
I have a question.
Yeah.
And this probably isn't fair. Hey, another Bay boy in Davante Adams. Actually, for those who didn't know, Davante Adams, this is actually a crazy story. Davante Adams and Jock Peterson both went to Palo Alto High and both played football. And Davante Adams was wide receiver number 2 to Jock Peterson, wide receiver number 1.
Jock gives a lot more tight end energy.
Now he
He's
does.
a big boy.
No, Jock.
Yeah.
I told you I hit with Jock. I told you this story back in the day.
Yeah.
No, Jock was a real deal athlete.
Yeah.
He just, went from center field
Decided
to
to enjoy life.
left field. Yeah. The fruits of his labor.
Yeah.
Right? So
I don't know how much fruit was involved.
okay, come on now. That was a good one. But come on now. And we still is Jock gone?
I think so. Because I think it was just a 1-year deal.
We'll check that out. But my question is this, and this is no disrespect because I really do like Davante Adams. I love his Taco Bell commercials as well.
Great.
Shout out Nacho Fries.
Yes.
My question is this. If he doesn't kick and scream to get moved, is he the Bradley Beal of the NBA?
Yes. That's
Get a
great.
bag.
That's so good.
Just enjoy my time.
Yep.
I like Vegas.
Yeah.
It's close enough to the Bay Area. I can go back home. I'm not really tripping.
The only difference is he can't put up 30 a night. But besides that, that would be the only difference is if he could still somehow manage to get stats. But pretty much, yeah.
Because if you're Davante, you cannot really think that it's a good look or a good idea to sit through another rookie quarterback.
Right.
That I don't care who you get.
Yeah.
You can get Jaden Daniels. You can get anybody you want.
Yeah.
It's too big of a risk.
Because if that doesn't go well, what now?
You're done.
Yeah.
You're done. So I don't know.
You end up being like DeAndre Hopkins, where
He's
it doesn't matter
31.
if you're playing well, you just kind of hop from place to place.
He's 31. If you're not kicking and screaming, I think, hey, I respect you. I'm happy for you, but you just not tripping off of playing in the playoffs. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
No, not so much in football. Like, there's not so much the conversation for like, always trying to get on to the best team possible. There is some merit in like staying in your situation.
Julio Jones still
trying to make the best of it. But if I were first off, if I'm the Raiders and I hear Davante Adams say that and our plan isn't to move on to Davante Adams, I'm immediately leaving that press conference and dropping off a contract at Antonio Pierce's office, because whatever Davante Adams wants, and if he is that adamant about saying he wants AP back, AP's coming back, because I want Davante Adams happy if I am going to go out there and get a rookie quarterback and maybe put, Davante's faith in us again in a little bit of jeopardy. I'm going to try and want to make as many things right for Davante as possible, because, I was at that Vikings game where they didn't score any points.
Oh, man.
He was not happy. He was not happy at all, rightfully so. Like, there is a lot of frustration that's brewed over, I think, from the, hey, you guys traded literally the entire reason why I wanted to come here was to play with one of my best friends, and he's no longer here anymore. And then you put me through that terrible season where we fire a coach and then bring this guy in, and you give me terrible
number
quarterback.
3? Was Davante there with Gruden? I can't even.
I don't
remember.
think so. No,
no,
he
no.
just got there last year. So or was it last year? I would just do whatever Davante wants to do. But again, if I still kind of think from the Raiders, from an organizational standpoint, if you can get a first-round pick for Davante Adams, again, you're going to draft a rookie quarterback. I don't know how much help Davante. He'll definitely help your quarterback, but if you don't really have any intention of winning football games next year, I would try and ship him off and just get what you could and make him happy and figure yourself out.
Yeah, and no disrespect to Davante Adams, because he's one of the best in the game. I do think that there's just a lot of talent coming out each season, and if you can each college season and every year, and if you can move Davante and just say, hey, I'm sorry it didn't work out, we'll get you to a contender in the NFC, right? And hopefully you can flourish there, because the timelines just don't work out. Now, the problem is, as we get to a break, the problem is you have that situation, and then you have they're literally stuck in Tweenerville, which is where I feel like the Raiders are always stuck. because Max Crosby's 26.
Right.
And this is the best your defense has looked.
Yeah.
So that's why everybody is saying, and we see Dwayne Baker on the text line or on the Sack chat, oh, let's, get Browning and draft Penix. But I think you got to get a real deal quarterback now, because you might be quarterback-ish away. I think that's the other side of this.
Right.
So you either blow it up
right,
or you just try to get over the hump. But I don't think you're going to do that with although he's a rookie, Penix would have been around a long time. Right. So, yeah, a lot of decisions to make there. All right, back to basketball when we get back. The Lakers are in shambles, and you love to see it. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
What's the latest with the San Francisco 49ers? Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross keep you up to date on all things red and gold during the Niners at 9 every weekday at 9 a.m. on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-775-5622. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-775-5622. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-775-5622. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for by Cars R Us and Find the Children.
At Ashton & Price, we get injury victims to yes. Experience, yes. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years. No more insurance companies? Yes. Our clients focus on getting better and we handle all the rest. Results? Yes. We've collected over $100 million for injury victims. No fee until we win? Yes. Our clients pay nothing until we win. Ashton & Price, the best at getting to yes. Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Plati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. One more hour with you, breaking down all things Kings. We will get to the Niners Pro Bowl votes and who was snubbed.
Because, of course, it can't be about the 9 players that got in, right?
Well,
not saying you.
What we have to do.
Saw the discourse.
What I haven't seen yet is just who got in, and maybe Nate. I don't know if you've already been on top of this, but who got in instead of. I won't tease it any longer. I'm sure everybody knows. Brandon Ayuk did not make the Pro Bowl team.
Not the Pro Bowl.
So yeah, we'd have to look and see which receivers made it in. Mm-hmm. Because when there's a snub, that means things were close, right? It's not as if Brandon Ayuk was blowing these other guys out of the water and they just decided not to select him. So we'd have to look at, before I speak on that, we'd have to look at who got in instead of him. And because I didn't even see that last night. I just saw he was snubbed. Right. I didn't see.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, actually, there was this, there was that, there was this receiver, that receiver. So people are just mad, even though, like you said, a ton of Niners did get in. So we'll chat about that as well. Before we get to the Lakers, I had a text that I wanted to read.
Oh.
And this is obviously from the Folsom Lakes.
The one about Joe Ingles looking like Dave?
No, but
I saw that text.
Do people
in, like,
think Joe Ingles looks like Dave? I've seen that a couple times.
Yes, dude. I was standing on the court yesterday, turned around, thought Dave was throwing up shots behind me.
Just cashing
It
out.
was weird. I forgot Joe Ingles played for them even.
Yeah, he did not play last night, but yeah, Joe Ingles, does he look like
he was
Ingles?
in the scrum when Malik and Anthony Black got into it.
That's why.
Is that allowed?
I think for players who are not suited up, you can like go out there for whatever reason. But like
that doesn't seem right.
I know for sure there's like the infamous Spurs Suns series where I think there was a couple Suns players who got off the bench to try and break up a fight, got suspended for a game. Then the Suns lost the series. I'm pretty sure it's just players suited up cannot leave the bench to try and de-escalate a situation.
I see.
So like since he was injured, I think it's kind of just like a nothing.
Yeah,
because he's already hurt. And so it's
he's from down under, dude.
Suspend someone when they come back from injury. It's kind of like a just a weird thing.
So this is from the 916.
Anyways, the text.
Let's just be real. The Kings need to trade Barnes.
Okay.
That forward position isn't good, and we can trade for a power forward and move Keegan, or they say that small forward position isn't good, and we can trade for a power forward and move Keegan to small forward, or trade for a power forward and leave Keegan at the 4.
Yeah. I think that we've been saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all agree with that. The question is who.
Right. I mean, that's, and I think that's why the deal hasn't been done yet, is because it's the who. I think we all know that Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter, if you want to throw him into the mix as well, were the two starting spots where it was the clear and obvious upgrade. I mean, Sabonis isn't going anywhere for the time being. De'Aaron isn't going anywhere. Keegan's here to stay for the time being. I mean, those spots are not getting moved. And so, that leaves Kevin Huerter, who's had an unspectacular season, and Harrison Barnes, who just does Harrison Barnes things every night. And it's like, I mean, those are clearly the two spots. Again, like you said, for who? That's the thing. We all know what the problem is, I wouldn't say it a problem, but the spot of improvement could come from. It's just, who is that player that you think is this perfect fit? And how do you get that perfect fit without trading off either of those three guys that we just brought up? And I don't think today's the right time for the conversation.
17 points.
But I do wonder, again, I would like to hyper emphasize today is not the time for this conversation, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. Like if fans are so adamant about that being like the Kings have to go out there and make a big upgrade, why isn't Malik Monk's name thrown out there? Like that's an expiring contract. Like I said, today is not the time to have the conversation at all. After he has a 37-point night, has an entire hour of this show dedicated to him. Definitely not the time for today. But if we're serious about, hey, the Kings need to go out there and make a move. Well, we keep talking about how Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter, Davion Mitchell aren't good enough pieces. Well, you have a guy who's on an expiring contract. And, in theory, like, I would say Malik's probably your second best asset behind Keegan. Why don't you, if it's such an urgent move to hop on the Western Conference right now, and you can definitely throw back that Malik is, if you lose Malik, that's a massive hole. But if you're trying to get better 3 years from now, and Malik on an expiring contract might get a bag from somewhere else, or might get a starting opportunity from somewhere else, it might be gone in 2 or 3 years. Why don't you try and cash in that piece right now for something that could help you long term? It's just a thought. It's just a thought experiment. Again, not the time for the conversation after he has a 37-point night and has some of the greatest quotes I've ever heard.
Wouldn't it? First of all, it's not happening, but I understand your thought process. But wouldn't the easy answer be that person that you are getting back, that that just ruins the bench. So that person
Right.
you're getting back might make you better as a whole, but your bench would now be like.
Well, why is it okay to trade Keegan then? That's my thing. Is why is
this
it
person didn't say
this person isn't saying that, but I'm just saying in general, if we're saying
it's okay to trade
imperative
Keegan
for the Kings to get that third guy, but we don't also want to move on from Keegan. Well, if you are one of those people who doesn't want to move on from Keegan, but thinks we need to make a big swing, then you're saying we should trade Malik is what I would say you are saying. Because you can't be serious about getting, as we've talked about, you're not going to get Pascal Siakam for Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter, and Davion Mitchell. And, maybe the thing that's going to get you there is the picks.
Right.
But if you want to maybe alleviate some picks, I'm just saying, again, I don't even, not the time. But I'm just
fair.
saying. I'm just saying.
It's fair, right? I think Malik, to me,
I don't want it to happen either.
It's a heart. It's not just a heart.
Sorry. Yeah.
But that is why ultimately, this is an exact example of not wanting to make those tough decisions.
Yes.
If Harrison Barnes is so bad, why would anybody want him just himself and a pick, right? Is Harrison Barnes and a pick going to get you something better than Harrison Barnes? I don't know. This is what you can get, 916. We did this a couple days ago. You want Marcus Morris Sr. from Philly?
Yeah.
That works. That money works.
Yep.
You get Marcus Morris Sr.
Yep.
having 6 minutes.
Yep.
And they're getting paid the same amount of money. You can make the argument maybe he's being underutilized because the Sixers are rolling.
Yeah. I looked up, he averaged 15 points a game last year.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But that's what you're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be somebody else that you might complain about a little bit less.
Yes.
It's not going to be somebody that skyrockets unless this isn't your full story and you're okay with trading. Yeah. You're not okay with trading Keegan. Oh. That's what brought you to the Malik Monk because like we said, Kevin Huerter just got benched. Yeah. Okay.
Not everyone can be untradeable.
No, you can't. Everybody can't be untradeable. I don't know what Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes gets you. I truly don't.
But you know what could raise Harrison Barnes' value, to my point, is throwing Malik in there.
Yeah.
Like if you think, okay, Harrison and Huerter don't get you there, but if I throw Malik in there, does that get you a
But
little
we
bit
need
more
names because
no, for sure.
Does Harrison and Huerter get you Dorian Finney-Smith?
I don't know. I really don't.
We don't know what
Brandon
the
would
line
tell
is.
You no.
Right. We don't know. Would say no.
Yeah. Brandon would tell you that, they would say no. I mean, because the mock trades that Brandon's throwing out there have all included like a version of a first round pick.
People want to get younger, and I know Kevin Huerter is only 25, but people are trying to get younger. Think of it like a redraft. Think of it like a transfer portal. They don't want older guys, right?
Yeah.
They want guys. These are teams that are selling. Right. Unless there's a contender out there. Hey, give me Bobby Portis, right? I know I want him. But it's just not that simple. All right, got to get to a break. When we get back, continuing the conversation, and we will get to the Lakers, who, yes, are in shambles. Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type, GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and All-NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save up to 40% on molding bulk savings packs. And there's more. Save up to 25% on drywall boards when you buy in bulk. Visit us in-store or online for low prices on the materials you need. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan Sea Salt Body Wash. Now, If only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Play again.
Interesting.
Light the beams! Light it!
He's
here.
He's probably going to land at about 15 games, something like that.
Then there'll be some reconditioning, and then he'll miss a game because, I can't think of a reason, but he's going to miss a game because he needs to make his debut.
I will be
against the Kings. So what's going to happen? I'm telling you, it's just going to happen.
I will be right there watching just to see how he is.
I got a question for you guys. Okay, so let's say he comes back for that Kings game, right? That's his first game back.
Yeah.
Would you take a Kings loss there for him to get ejected in that game and get suspended again?
No.
Okay.
I would. I love.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
funny.
entertainment.
It's
I love
funny.
drama. It would be sad, but it would be really funny.
Nothing like where he really hurts someone.
Right.
But
it's more about the Kings loss that I'm saying no to.
Okay, look at you, loyal.
I mean, look, man, you can't afford
There's
it.
ever been a question of
Okay.
Allen's loyalty.
That's right.
That sentence right there.
Honestly, though, that kind of might help the Kings down the line. I don't know. Just destroy the dynasty quicker.
Yeah.
The
Make
Warriors
them
are
feel
done.
like Draymond's back.
The Warriors are done.
God, if you're watching the 4-letter network, they're like, when are the Warriors and Lakers going to get back on track?
Dude, Pods is like about to be an all-star. I'm surprised he's not on that all-star list. Dude, Trace Jackson Davis pretty much needs his own list.
He's getting the Supermax.
Bro.
All right.
Oh, my God.
From the 916, what do you guys think of Kuzma? He's
6 letters.
taller and stronger than Barnes, a versatile offensive player, plays with a chip on his shoulder, can fit into a running team, seems interested in playing with D Fox. Well, I love Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't. Again, we joke about Harrison Barnes being the hey, wear a suit guy. I could see Washington needing some of that, right?
With
Because you got Jordan
especially.
Poole running around.
HB and Poole just talk about how much they hate. You know
The
who I
Warriors.
hate?
Yeah.
I hate that guy Draymond. Dude, I hate that guy Draymond.
There's a connection
too.
there.
Yeah.
There's a connection there. I think maybe you have Kevin Herter, Maryland guy, DMV area. You get him to Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
They would clearly need picks because they're trying to get
Something,
younger. You
yeah.
might throw in a Colby Jones in there.
Davion, too.
Davion, throw
Maybe
some
just
guys in there.
throw the whole all reliable package at him.
Does anybody want
Please.
this? Somebody want this? I feel like I'm getting roasted
It
here.
feels like
with the oatmeal raisin cookies.
You remember like those early YouTube videos of I'm going to trade this paperclip into a house. And it's like, okay, we're stuck at the portion where we have a Harrison, a Herter, and a Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
How can we turn these things in for whatever's next?
Yes.
That's where they're at right now.
That's where they're at. I don't know that Washington would say no because you are looking at winning players, right? If you're going to give, is Kuzma worth to you? You have Harrison, Kevin Herter. So now, well, obviously Kuzma's the starter now, but you're done with Harrison.
Yep.
Okay, so somebody, you got to make up those minutes somewhere.
Yep.
Right. I don't even know. I'm not even looking at the trade. We'll do it next week with the trade generator for the Kings roundtable. I don't know how the money would work.
Yeah,
the
Wizards would probably need to send someone.
They'd have to send somebody back. So maybe, hopefully, I don't think they'd send Denny because Denny's young.
Right.
Right. So somebody thinks they're not sending Tyus. I'd love that.
No,
but that would be incredible.
You're asking me to know multiple people on the Wizards
that's
roster
no,
now.
I'm already capped. I'm already capped.
So-
Those were my 4. Those were my 4 that I named. So that's where it ends.
Yeah, they really aren't paying anybody. Maybe they can get Landry Shamet or something. He's somebody who at one point seemed he hasn't really lived up to his potential at one point. But yeah, maybe he's somebody just for salary filler. But
while we're at it, this is from Shams. Okay, talking about the Lakers. There's currently a deepening disconnect between Darvin Ham and the Lakers locker room. 6 sources.
How many?
Count them about leaks.
Come on.
6 sources with direct knowledge of the situation say, raising questions about the head coach's standing. Those sources have described that the disjointness between the coach and team has stemmed from the extreme rotation and starting lineup adjustments recently from Ham, leading to a fluctuating rhythm for several players across the roster.
It's just LeBron on 6 different phones.
Yeah,
Is that the sources?
Yeah. Android, an iPhone, a sidekick.
Huawei.
Yeah.
And then one is just
a Cricket.
Rich Paul.
Yeah.
And then one is Rich Paul.
You know he's got a razor on there, a juke.
Gotta have a razor.
Those are sick.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta have a burner.
So I saw a guy who I follow. He is into big NBA Twitter guy as well, Josh Eberly. He said, as we see pretty often, if you're the Lakers and you're stuck the way you're stuck, and this comes around every year, this is the Lakers cycle. We're going to be good. We're not good. Whose fault is it? Fire the coach. So Josh says, do you think about trading LeBron and the assets you get back?
You can't. I don't think LeBron is even able to be traded. How do you properly put value on what LeBron is?
I don't know.
Seriously, even what would be a trade package that makes sense for either team? Because even if OKC were to just throw the books at him, it's why would OKC want a guy who's maybe got 2, 3?
Well,
more years
OKC
left
doesn't
at
need
best?
him. You know who would take?
Who? Please, who would take him?
2 teams.
Okay.
In Northern California. I think either one.
Okay, but let's do it. Let's do the exercise. We just tried to get Kyle Kuzma here and struggled. Let's try and get LeBron James over to the Kings.
It's a little bit different.
What are the assets that are going to be necessary? That
Keegan's
make sense?
gone.
Exactly. And how does that make sense already?
Malik's gone then too, right?
Yeah, I just mean
Keegan.
you're selling
the problem
out
is,
for
the problem
year.
is, I don't even know what's the amount of picks you're able to give up. You're
Yeah.
either not going to have a full roster,
Yeah.
or you're not going to have picks until Rain Fox is about 18
Yeah.
years old. That's the problem here.
You can give him the rights to Rain Fox is what we can do.
Okay.
The bird rights.
Okay.
All right, if we can get LeBron and Bryce, the rights to Bryce James.
Rain Fox
we
is
will
a
offer-
tennis player, not even playing basketball.
This is a risk that you're taking,
Yeah.
And we will give you Harrison Barnes, Kevin Herter, and you're really twisting our arm here, but
Sasha,
we're going to give you the future rights to Rain Fox. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it.
Look, you get first dibs on the contract.
Think about all the graphics you can make for the next 18 years, Laker fans. If you have this guy waiting.
No, but let's just but seriously though, LeBron for Keegan
what?
right now. Let's say they just said
Lakers
screw
aren't
it.
doing it. I don't think the Lakers are doing it.
LeBron, but just and a bunch of picks. Picks your next 2 first rounders.
I think you do it, right?
You'd have to.
Why would the Lakers do it?
Yeah, no.
I'm saying, would you do
King? Yeah.
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
Chris.
Well, because it's you're gonna ship off Keegan Murray, who could be here for the next 10 years. You're gonna ship off tons of picks, so you can't get better after LeBron leaves you, and you're selling it all for this 1 year of hopefully we win the finals.
You don't know if it's only 1 year.
Okay, well then the next 2 years or 3 years max
Right.
of being in possibly finals contention.
Yeah.
You're trading.
I
that.
can't even have this conversation.
And you know
Aaron's
Mike
smiling
Brown's
about
getting fired at some point because of
You've
LeBron
already
or
coached
whatever.
him.
He's coached with them.
Yeah.
Like,
You guys
Aaron
have to ask Drapes and Whitey in the crosstalk this question.
I would think.
Oh
I
my
feel like
gosh.
that's going to be.
The funny thing is
Draper
the Warriors
might
could
kick me out.
actually.
No, please ask.
You might
please.
unplug my microphone.
Okay.
I think Draper would stop talking for the rest of crosstalk.
I want to know what he'd say
I think
because
he
he's.
would probably just say,
Can you
I'll be
ask?
back in 12
I don't want to
minutes."
ask.
Oh man, I'll get. Okay, I'll do it. Yeah.
Maybe I'll do it. All right.
I mean, at least the Warriors can again throw out their old reliable. You can do Kuminga.
Kuminga,
You can
Moody.
do Kuminga, Moody.
We're all
All-Star
stuck.
pod.
We're all stuck.
Yeah.
We're all stuck. The Kings and the Warriors with the same tired trade
Yeah,
pieces.
exactly.
It's like Masai Ujiri's on the other side of this. We're on the upside down side of this.
Yes.
Masai's like, who do you want? Well, we still got the same people.
Yeah.
So we drafted
not
pretty
gonna
well. You got
change, yeah.
Podziemski now. All right, got to get to a break. When we get back, we are continuing to talk about the Lakers. Also have that update, like we said, on Draymond and some sound from Klay Thompson,
boy.
who, again, a little earlier in the show, we played sound from Coach Mike Brown being very open with us about his relationship with Malik Monk. And we say a lot of jokes on this show, especially when it comes to the Warriors. But Klay Thompson, after their game against the
Magic, I think,
against the
other night,
Magic, he opened up in a way that we do not see very often. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Light the beam! Light it!
Will Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers brass go all the way this season? Could the Niners win their first Super Bowl since 1995? Join us throughout the season to hear all the games and all the analysis on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's a new year, and Good Guys Heating and Cooling has a new heating and air special. It's a 2023 equipment blowout with prices on complete heat and air systems starting at just $8,995. If you have a high quote from another company, call the Good Guys for a free second opinion on repairs and replacement. Don't trust the other guys until you've called the Good Guys. Save 30% on the cost of your home's heating and cooling with proper attic insulation. For a no-cost estimate, call 530-GOOD-AIR or check them out online at goodguysheatingcooling.com. Best service, best price, guaranteed. And that's no bull. License number 1057-618.
California's largest sportsman's expo is back, January 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Buy the latest gear, meet the experts, learn about fishing, hunting, boating, and off-roading. See Toyota's all-new Tacoma. This is the place to discover your next adventure, nearby or around the world. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 18th through 21st at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
So here's a fact. 85% of the population will suffer from foot pain in their lifetime. That's almost everyone. So you'd think there'd be plenty of healthy long-term remedies, but there just aren't, right? Hi, I'm Dan from the Good Feet store. You know, people come in all the time sharing the same frustrating story. Bought this, tried that, been there, done whatever, all different kinds of things, but all with a similar result. Nothing. A discouraging and endless cycle of disappointment. If this rings a bell, don't despair. There is hope. If you think you've tried everything, you probably haven't tried Good Feet arch supports from the Good Feet store. They're designed to relieve, even eliminate the pain commonly caused by certain foot conditions like plantar fasciitis, bunions, flat feet, and others. Plus, provide better balance and increased comfort. See what we can do for you with a free arch support fitting. Just stop in or schedule an appointment. With over 200 stores, there's likely one in your neck of the woods. Find yours at goodfeet.com.
Knee, foot, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. 30 more minutes with you. Talking Kings, talking all things NBA. Also talking Draymond Green, who is, I guess, going back to the facility very soon. And Bob Myers had some things to say about it. All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Here is Bob Myers talking about what it's going to take and how exhausting it can be working with Draymond Green.
They don't know what they are. I mean, it's without him, he's the fulcrum. And Draymond Green is such a good defensive player and has been such a great leader. That's been tested lately. And there's a void. I mean, that's the truth. There's a void without him. 6-4, I don't think that's real. I think that's a little bit of a mirage. I don't think they think they're onto something without Draymond Green. He's good enough to make any team a good defensive team. So without him, they're what, 16th, 17th in the league in defense. He's always made the Warriors a good defensive team. The hard thing with these things is when a player goes through something like this, or a team, and I was there for many distractions. I mean, you guys covered all of them. It's just hard. It takes energy. It takes energy to deal with these things. It takes energy to have to lose a player for a limited amount of time, to bring them back into the fold. Steve Kerr's trying to figure out the rotations. And when Draymond gets back, that kind of all starts over again. Steph has had to try to figure out the reliance of Curry on Draymond is something we all know and know well. So and then he loses him and says, okay, I got to figure out how to play with CP, which CP is great at it. But it's something that has caused, in many ways, a period of time where it's just a great amount of uncertainty. And now they got to come back when he comes back, when that is, and figure it out again. And it's just exhausting. That's the hard part of it. A lot of time left. They've been in a ton of games, 25 clutch games. I don't know if that's good or bad. But not where they want to be. Steve Kerr's still trying to get it right. Steph Curry's still, I believe, probably the best leader in sports. So he's going to keep him on the path. But you just got to get Draymond back as soon as you can and then plug him in and see what you can do.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that doesn't really sound like they should move on. I think, honestly, he's just as confused as everybody else as to what to do. He's saying, oh, I don't think that they're cooking without their 6-4 without him. I don't think that they feel like they're cooking without him. But at the same time, you bring him in, you got to start all over.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
as they're just kind of getting used to not having him.
Right. So basically what he's saying is short term, it might feel like it's good, right? Long term, you're probably going to need Draymond, but either way, you're going to have to take some bumps in a road to get to that long term. And they're under, I believe they're still under 500.
Yep.
They don't have time to do this.
16 and 17. Yep. And I mean, you know, the Lakers, especially when we consider the fact that, I mean, it's the Lakers are going to make a move at some point. Like they're definitely going to look to get better. And the Warriors are just kind of chasing them, and they're on the outside looking in. And like Bob said, they're going to have some more bumps in the road when Draymond comes back. It's not going to be an easy transition. You're seeing, you know, we were just joking about it, but Podziemski's finally in the starting rotation and he's playing really well. You have Trace Jackson-Davis, who's now in the starting lineup for Kevon Looney. How is Draymond going to play next to him? Because frankly, Trace Jackson-Davis does a lot of offensively, especially a lot of similar things to Draymond. And it's going to be a clunky fit for a team that already was a bit clunky. And then you're going to have the Draymond emotional side of this as well, where you just don't know how it's going to be. Is he going to continue to have the same level of fire? You can have the conversation of, you know, was that fire necessary for the Warriors at times? Did Draymond need to sometimes speak up? We talk a lot about internal vocal leadership here in Sacramento. Right. Draymond provides that over there. Like, will he still feel like, you know, and it was a similar conversation. I think he even admitted last year to that being a balancing act when he came back from the initial suspension, of him trying to figure out, I'm supposed to be a team leader for this squad, but I also was just suspended for being overly, like, for crossing a line, essentially. How do I figure out how to still have that sort of say and that level of credibility without me getting to the point where I've gotten to in the past. And I mean, it's going to be like all of that is incredibly difficult. And like you said, the Warriors are 500 on the outside looking in of the play-in right now. So, I mean, if you're a Warrior fan or if you're surrounded by Warrior land, I don't think there's much reason to feel good or feel like this season is, we just talked about the Kings at noon turning a corner. It doesn't feel like the Warriors are anywhere near a corner.
No, you bring back Draymond. And at this point, you made your bed, as the saying goes. You made your bed, you got to sleep in it. And they decided to
4 years,
extend
25.
Draymond 4 years, 25 after he punched someone, after numerous situations that happened. At this point, why not? At this point, why not just see what happens? Maybe they find you still got to make a move.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, but this whole time, if the idea was that what Draymond does is so unique to the Kings, this shouldn't change that.
Mm-hmm.
This shouldn't really change that at all. So, yeah, it's quite the story out there in the Bay.
Would you move on from him? Do you think the Warriors should? Like before he even? I mean,
what's his value?
I guess that's the point too, right? Is from a Dunleavy perspective, why are you going to move on from him when your asset's at his lowest possible value? I guess that doesn't really make a lot of sense. But are you really willing to go through the ups and downs that we were just talking about? And I mean, it's also. Here's the question: is the Warriors season? I mean, we've pretty much already counted them out, but is this season already over? Like, is this a wasted season pretty much for the Warriors already? Is there any way that they could salvage this? Again, I don't see any, them winning 7 of their next 10 coming anytime soon. It doesn't feel like, the Kings, we could say they haven't really shot well. Kevin Huerter, they haven't looked like the team they were last year. All the pieces are here. There's moments where they look like they can be that team, but they just aren't. You don't see that with the Warriors, really. There's not unless it's going to come from the younger guys just continuing to get better. And maybe, even Clay's been playing better as of late. I just don't see where that massive improvement comes from Golden State.
Yeah, I don't either. And now that you do have something with Trace Jackson Davis and you do have something with Podziemski, I know you're not going to want to move off of those guys
and
now.
Kuminga's starting now, too.
And Kuminga is starting to roll, too.
Playing
So
well.
I know you don't want to move off of them now. So I don't know what they do.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a situation where Andrew Wiggins is a name that gets thrown out there, and that's another one in terms of his value.
I know we got some Clay sound. That's some weird stuff. Like,
we got some Clay sound, and they got to make some tough decisions.
Corners turned. Is that where it is? Where it is like hey, we probably should have started to clean our hands of this era in the offseason by letting Draymond walk. Maybe this is like the first step of kind of cleaning our hands a bit. And Lakers have always kind of been that rumored location for Clay.
Rory?
His dad was a Laker great, so it makes a lot of sense.
Go get Hachimura.
Yeah.
Go get a couple guys for Klay Thompson. And
Christian Wood.
Yeah, LeBron needs shooters. Let's hear from Klay and what he had to say after the Warriors beat the Magic.
Well, Steve and I had actually a great conversation yesterday, and that helped me relax a lot. Sometimes I forget just how successful and how lucky I've been to be a part of championship teams and all-star games and gold medals. And when you want to get back to that level so badly, you could kind of get in your own way. And rather than forcing it, we had a conversation about just enjoying this last chapter of my career and how lucky I truly am to still be playing this game and doing it at a high level and being a better mentor for these young guys, leading by example and having my energy right every game. And he helped me realize I do have negative energy, how that affects the team in a poor manner. So we had a great conversation. That just helped me change my whole mindset and forget about shooting splits or points per game or all-star games, and just to enjoy being in this Warriors uniform and appreciate what we built, because it's such a rare opportunity for any professional athlete to be a part of so much success and to try and pass that torch to the younger guys and keep this thing going.
It's one of the saddest
pieces
of audio I think I've heard in a while.
sounds like he knows that the end is, again, very, very near to being over. And it's about like as I don't even know what the right word is. It's like you can almost hear him reminiscing in real time and like trying to. Sad is definitely it. Like, especially for Klay Thompson, like a dude who has been like super cheery, always really positive, always kind of living outside of the basketball drama and just kind of floating in his own.
He's on his boat
world, his boat. He's got his dog. He's got the scaffolding stuff. Right. You know, he's got just everything that is Klay Thompson has been great, but it's really sad to hear a dude. He's 33 right now. He's going to be 34 in about 100 days or so. Like he's like just barely outside of his prime. Like you're definitely now starting to see the downturn. Klay's at 16 points per game, which is the lowest he's been at since his second NBA season. You can definitely feel the downturn happening, but man, that piece of audio almost makes it sound like this is Klay Thompson's last dance.
Right. Right. And I guess with that being said, you say something like that, and I hate to take it back to the business side, but what's that value? You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, have you kind of tanked your value there? And I hate to say it like that, but
acknowledging that you're not yourself, like that you're just not in that same period of time.
What that says to me is, okay, how is his body?
Yes.
Right? How? Because that was a whole argument with Klay.
Steve Kerr was the one that he talked to about it, which tells me like that's a lot of like, hey Klay, like let's talk about where we're at right now. Yeah. And that's a deep conversation.
Right. And really the question is he a starting guard? He's better than a bunch, but he's not a starting guard on a championship team, I guess.
And I mean, I don't think this is maybe Steve Kerr's got some front office experience. I do wonder how much of that is also like you're getting paid $45 million. Like, can we maybe again meet a little bit more at the Klay Thompson that you are today?
Oh,
and
there's
understand
no doubt. There's no doubt.
You're not a $45 million. And then we just saw the reports the other day, he turned down a 2-year, $50 million extension or whatever. Like, I wonder how much of all of this is just kind of connected of, hey, dude, like, if you're like, I just want you to know, like, what we got, like, how special what we got going on and what you've done here is, because if you're really thinking that the grass is greener on the other side, again, we might need to do some talking about who the guy you are right here, right now. And it does sound like Klay, which, you know, Klay would be the type. It sounds like he took it pretty well and kind of internalized it a bit, and also is acknowledging like my better days are probably behind me.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how that turns out. Got to get to a break. When we get back, crosstalk with the Drive guys, Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
And a handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. The winter months bring joy, but also with more rain and snow, unfortunately, more accidents. Over the last quarter century, thousands of Northern California residents have looked to Ashton & Price to be their root op with a law license to guide them through the storm of an injury claim. As always, we wish you and your family the safest and happiest of holidays. But if you need us, at Ashton & Price, we're here for you. So whether you've been naughty or nice, happiest holidays from Ashton & Price.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price. Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-562-6363. That's 800-562-6363. 800-562-6363.
For a precision-crafted performance, the decision is easy. A new Acura from Acura of Stockton. Get the driving experience you've been waiting for in a new Acura. Get the best selection and customer service you deserve from Acura of Stockton. Shop in person or use our online express store at AcuraofStockton.com. Acura of Stockton will buy your trade, even if you don't buy from us. Don't settle for less than precision-crafted performance of a new Acura from Acura of Stockton and AcuraofStockton.com.
Get your retirement savings to play ball with your retirement plan. Call Cap Trust today at 916-924-7527 or log on to captrust.com.
Now here's what I want you all to do for me.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports. 15 more minutes with you, taking up to 2 p.m. Great show today. Thank you to everybody in the Sac chat, all the callers. We're here with the Drive guys.
Hey.
Whitey Gleason and Kyle Draper. How you doing, guys?
In person?
What's up, fellas?
Not much, just living in this King's excellence, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
So his name
can you imagine
is
being
excellence.
freaked out by losing to the Hornets?
Well,
That's crazy.
yeah, I hope maybe if you listened yesterday, you probably heard something similar. What's up with your guy, Domas Chamberlain? You hear about that?
Yeah, I did. I did hear that. The Kings, if they're a roller coaster, they're one of those old school, like at the Santa Cruz Beach.
The wooden ones.
Yeah, what is that? The Grizzly or whatever. It's
Yeah,
called. Not the new
Roar or
smooth
something.
ones. They're like,
Yeah.
the ones that rock you a little bit. You feel it.
A lot of
when you're
whiplash.
done.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, man. Yeah, that's the way this season's gone so far.
Yeah, and I don't think we're done. We were looking at the schedule and how they have that their second back-to-back is with they're in Detroit and then they're in Charlotte.
Yeah.
So how the Kings are going to come out there. This Raptors game, a team with RJ Barrett quickly. They're playing well. They're trying the team that gets the younger guys always gets off to that hot start, and then you see if they sustain it or not. So the question is, will the Kings get that version of the Raptors, or will they start to regress to the mean? And of course, on Sunday, the long and strong Pelicans. Will it finally be the game? And it's at home. It's at home because they already did the two out in Nollins. So will this finally be the game? We talked about whether or not the Kings have, quote unquote, turned that corner. I just got to see more. I sat here actually in this very crosstalk, and we talked about expectation for the Kings right when the season started. And Whitey, correct me if I'm wrong, you said, I think they'll be better, but they'll have a worse record. And Kyle Draper, correct me if I'm wrong, you said essentially that 4 to 6 range. Was that
that's
it? Was
there.
that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like they could go anywhere from 3 to 6, 7,
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what they're trending to right now.
Yeah.
So.
And both of you hit it spot on. I came in here thinking that, Kings, and really, I think I represented a lot of Kings fans. If you were this good this season, you should be this much better the next season. And we didn't take into account. I thought the Timberwolves would be good, but the Thunder, we knew they'd take a leap. We didn't think it would be like this, right? And we knew the Nuggets would be around. So they're right about where we thought. It's just you look at how tight things are in the West, and you look at them losing to the Blazers and losing to the Hornets. You think, I hope that doesn't come back to bite you. And I really hope, the Lakers are in shambles right now. The Warriors are going to get Draymond back fairly soon. The Suns, if any of these lower teams do figure it out, that's when some of these games could come back to haunt the Kings. But ultimately, I think until a move is made, as much fun as last night was, I think we know who the Kings are. They are consistently inconsistent.
Could you repeat that, please?
No. There's no shot.
I had the talking with Chris this summer. I think I had the Kings 5th and OKC 4th.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Long ways to go.
Right.
I did not like you. I don't know about Kyle. I don't know. I don't even remember about you, Chris. I didn't see Minnesota doing what they've done so far.
Yeah.
I didn't see that coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Minnesota's the surprise. I think OKC we saw trending. I will say this about Sacramento. Through 33 games last season, they were 18-15.
Mm-hmm.
So they are a better team.
Yeah.
They are. And if you extrapolate that, Alan, big word, I know, extrapolate, we learned
That's
about
a Mark
that in
Jones
Temple.
word right
That's
there.
a Temple
I
word.
can
Yeah.
spell that too.
If you extrapolate where we were, this season versus last season, you're talking 5 or 6 more wins.
Yeah.
Which would take you in that 52, 53 range category, which I think would be a huge improvement for Sacramento.
No, I agree.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like it's weird because this season, I mean, yeah, the results have been there, but and maybe it is expectation, but to me, it feels like just the swings have been so big. And yeah, part of it has been the fans and the emotions of everything, but I would even say from an analytical side, like the fact that it's just been the highs have been so high and the lows have been so low. It feels like this team, you don't have as good of a grasp on how good this team actually is on a given night. I would say last year, for the most part, their offense was good enough to win every night. It was also bad enough to lose any night. But this year, it just feels like with the swings of good and bad, I can't figure out which Kings team is the real one. I think it could just be that's who they are, is a Jekyll and Hyde team, but it's just weird to me that we just haven't seen this team consistently play well for like 5 games straight.
But didn't we have some highs and lows last season? We had the 7-game win streak. And I'm looking at the schedule from last year. You lose against the Sixers without Joel Embiid
Sure.
and James Harden.
Yeah.
You lose
at home.
Yeah. You lose against Charlotte, who we just lost.
Yeah, that was not fun.
You lose against Washington.
Yeah.
And
Right next to
but
each
this time last year, we were 18-15 and everybody, it was sunshine and rainbows.
We didn't get blown out 10 times last year in the 30 games.
But that's what I'm saying. We were all just like flower children. Hey, we're happy to be here last year. And that has worn off. This is a better team. This Sacramento Kings team is a better team than last year's team. But for some reason, we're negative. We're down on this year. We're 20-13.
Yeah.
We would have taken that any of the seasons over the last 20 years.
Definitely.
We've already turned into spoiled Warriors fans right now. We're turned into Celtics fans right now. It's like, oh, man, we got to understand. There's levels to this. There's steps. And we're already ahead of pace.
Yeah.
And we added some new pieces. De'Aaron Fox has taken a step. Domas has taken a step. I get it. We'd like to see more consistency from Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes. But at the end of the day, as Whitey always says, I don't need power rankings. The power rankings are the standings. The record indicates this team is better than last year.
I would say, though, that this team has not shot as well as they have last year. And I think the problem is it feels like this team is only good when they knock down shots. And I think that's what's concerning is it doesn't feel like this season there's a fallback plan as much as there was last year. The Kings half-court offense was sneakily, I mean, their offense in general was ridiculous, but the Kings were top 10 in efficiency at the rim, at mid-range, at 3. So they could do De'Aaron Fox running fast breaks all day, but they could also slow it down, go into their offense a bit. They could have Kevin Huerter have 15-point games, and Harrison Barnes was a consistent contributor, Keegan Murray. It just hasn't felt like they've had those highs for as much as they had last year. Last year, it felt like the Kings had a true identity. This year, it feels like there's a lot more variance in what we see from the Kings every night.
Yeah, I really just think it depends on, and every fan, media member expectations are just different, right? You hadn't tasted the playoffs. And now, what did CP3, and he got clowned for it because he said, I'm addicted to this when he made it to the finals. And then people started making fun of him saying, wow, CP3's been clean for the last 2 years because he hasn't gone back. So maybe there is a little bit of, man, we got a taste of it. And now we want to get to the mountaintop. And to, I guess, Draper's point, it's a process, but it's just understanding how realistic, I guess, we've talked a lot about the timing. We've talked a lot about the window and where this Kings team is. I think last season, if that made them ahead of schedule, I would say they're still on schedule now, but it can be a bit scary just because you never know who's going to pop up.
And you don't want to get behind schedule.
Yeah,
right.
I think it's as simple as this, and you guys were both here last year. We weren't, so you would know to a degree better than we would. But I think last year was a matter of, who are these guys? Wow, they're pretty good. It was finding out who this team was. This year, I think we more had a sense of this is who this team is, and we're finding out, oh, maybe they're not the team we thought. So
but I take it, and I'm hoping Sacramento Kings fans can look at it like this. They haven't played great. They haven't been this juggernaut, but yet they're still 20-13.
Right. And last night was great.
Like they still have,
if we believe there's another gear.
Exactly.
Right.
And yet they're 20-13, and we got all these question marks. Yeah. If they do figure it out, where can they be at? And there's still time. There's still, a lot of games.
It's not a bad basement. Right. I guess it's not a bad basement. If you think they can still do more, and the basement is, honestly, to your point, even if the basement is 7, right, it's still not terrible because look at the Western Conference is more stacked than ever before, right? It's not ideal. And then you have to have the questions about the trades and the things like that. But yeah, I think that this team can figure some things out. I like what I saw from Keegan Murray. We read off some stats. Keegan Murray inside the 3-point line last night was doing a lot. So I think that this team can really just take control very soon. This is the softest part of their schedule. So you got to take advantage. And I think that's the other thing that had me and Chris like, man, it's only going to get harder. You got to go. I don't know. Are you going to be out there in Philly?
Yeah, I'm out there in Philly.
Okay,
on the whole road
I know
trip.
you're gonna get the the marinara. No, the ketchup. The ketchup on the
salt,
cheesesteak.
Pepper, and ketchup. That's what you do. Salt, pepper, ketchup. That's how you say it.
I know you got that going. Then they'll be in Milwaukee as well. So I think to your point, Draper. I think at the same time, you do have to enjoy what's going on. Now we gotta go, and Nate is making me ask this question because the Lakers are in shambles right now.
Yeah, the LeBron trade, right? What you got for me?
Couple picks,
for Sacramento.
Keegan, some picks for LeBron.
No.
Wow, you and Chris same page.
Because that doesn't guarantee you a championship.
Sure doesn't.
And LeBron's 39 now.
Sure is.
Like,
12 points last night.
I'm just saying, I had to throw it out
I love
there.
LeBron, but I no.
You know I couldn't. You didn't think I wasn't going to do it.
What
I'm
if
a
it's
man of my
not
word.
Keegan, and what if it's the rights to Rain Fox in about 18 years? In about 18 years, we'll just give you.
You want me to sell De'Aaron Fox's firstborn, trade him away? No comment on that.
We got to get out of here. Thank you for listening to Stiles and Watkins, the Drive Guys, up next with Whitey Gleason and Kyle Draper. Thank you to Nate Littlefield. Thank you to all the callers. We will talk to you tomorrow. Until then, secure the bag, light the beam.
You never know what you might hear